Chapter 1058. When they heard Qing Lang and saw the yearning that filled Qing Lang's eyes, Feng Wei and the other vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort lowered their heads as the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Qing Lang's face sank when he saw the bitterness that appeared on their faces. What? There's no profundity fragment that I can use. Fort Master. Under the indication of Ning Can's group of three, Feng Wei summoned up the courage to look at Qing Lang and laughed bitterly. We didn't obtain anything from the secret treasure of Emperor Wu, let alone a profundity fragment. It isn't just that, all the 20 young experts that entered the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from Skywolf Fort have died there. Feng Wei finished speaking in a single breath, and then he looked at Qing Lang with a perturbed expression. Qing Lang stood there with a calm expression, yet killing intent was concealed within his expression. Especially his eyes, they had become extremely sharp now, and they seemed to be filled with coldness as if they were choosing to swallow someone up. Why is it like this? Qing Lang asked with a low voice. Fort Master, they died at the hands of the same person. Feng Wei laughed bitterly. At the same time, a violet-colored figure appeared in Feng Wei's mind. He'd met the owner of the violet-colored figure early on when the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Later on, the violet-colored figure had suppressed the 10 young experts and obtained the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Practically at the instant Feng Wei finished speaking, an extremely formidable imposing aura suddenly gushed out from Qing Lang's body, and it caused the surrounding clouds and mist to shake. Who is it? Qing Lang's voice was icy cold and contained ghastly killing intent. Duan Lingtian. Feng Wei sighed. Duan Lingtian? When he heard Feng Wei, the coldness that covered Qing Lang's face vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by astonishment. The person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort? He's the big brother Ling Tian that little grandaunt mentioned. As he finished speaking, the figure of a yellow-colored young woman appeared in Qing Lang's mind, and his body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. Yes. Feng Wei hurriedly nodded. You didn't do anything to that Duan Lingtian, did you? Right at this instant, Qing Lang's gaze became fierce as he swept Feng Wei, Ning Can, and the other 3 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort before he asked in a low voice. No. The 4 of them hurriedly shook their heads. That's good. Remember, when facing that Duan Lingtian, don't take any chances. The methods of the person behind that little grandaunt are beyond your imagination. As Green Wolf spoke, his expression became extremely solemn. When his words entered into the ears of Feng Wei's group of 4, it caused them to be unable to refrain from looking at each other, and they were able to see fear in each other's eyes. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end, should we tell the Fort Master about our pursuit of Duan Lingtian? The 4 of them conversed privately via voice transmissions. I don't think we'd better tell him. Given Castle Lord's fear of Miss Xuanai, if he knows about it, we'll definitely suffer. That's right, I can't tell you. In next to no time, the 4 of them came to a consensus. On the other hand, Qing Lang, the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, was kept in the dark as well. In the sky near the northern area of the northern desert, 3 figures flashed swiftly through the sky. The people in the lead were 2 young women, and an old woman in green clothes followed behind them. The old woman had an expressionless face, yet every single movement she made wasn't like the 2 young women that caused the clouds and mist all along the way to move. Everywhere she passed, it seemed as if even the airflow in the air wasn't affected by her. Qing Enyu, let me stay here for a period of time. I still haven't found Big Brother Ling Tian. The yellow-clothed young woman turned around to look at the old woman, and her mischievous eyes spun as she spoke pitifully. Young miss, then don't make it difficult for me. Master is extremely unhappy that you brought young Miss Shui away from home this time, and he asked me to bring both of you back at the first possible moment. When the old woman looked at the yellow-clothed young woman, her eyes were filled with tender love, yet as she finished speaking, she felt slightly helpless. The yellow-clothed young woman was none other than Han Xuanai. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Han Xuanai's little head drooped listlessly. Father is so annoying. Even when I came out to relax, he still cares. Me. When I return, I won't speak to him for a month. No, I won't speak to him for 2 months. When Han Shuanai's mutterings entered the ears of the young woman and the old woman, they could not help but smile wryly at each other. Qing En, have little gold, little black, and little white come out from that place. Soon after, Han Shuanai seemed to have recalled something. She lifted her head, and the gloominess from before was swept away. Her mischievous eyes turned to look at the old woman in green. There was a hint of anxiousness on her delicate face. Not yet. The old woman in green shook her head. Can they come out safely? Han Shuanai asked worriedly. Those 2 little pythons ought to be fine. Their bloodlines from before had already attained the level of a variant Saint Beast's descendant, and it isn't impossible for them to transform into variant Saint Beasts at that place. The old woman said. What about little gold? Han Shuanai's delicate face went slightly pale, and she asked with an anxious expression. It won't be in trouble, right? If something really happens to it, how should I explain it to Big Brother Ling Tian? It's hard to say. That little gold mouse is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a descendant of a saint beast. Its bloodline is relatively fixed, and it's much more difficult for it to transform into a saint beast compared to the 2 little pythons. The old woman shook her head, and her words revealed that she wasn't certain. What will happen if it can't transform? Han Shuanai asked. It'll be a dead end. As a demon that had once entered that place, the old woman knew the details of that place. It'll be a dead end. These 4 short words shocked Han Shuanai to the point her face went pale. Little gold, nothing must happen to you. After a long while, Han Shuanai took a deep breath and muttered. Young miss, it's time for us to depart, the old woman said calmly. The old woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air with the 2 girls without anyone seeing her do anything. It was as though they had never appeared before. In a place far away from the northern desert, there was an extremely luxurious and magnificent palace on an island suspended in mid-air. At this moment, there were 2 figures standing in the sky above the palace. The 2 figures were leaning against each other. It was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in green, and he was a young man. He stood there with a graceful bearing. The outline of his face was perfect as though it had been sculpted countless times. His sword-like eyebrows were straight, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Under his sword-like eyebrows, his seemingly calm eyes were staring into the distance. There seemed to be strands of green energy pulsating in them. His eyes suddenly sharpened, as if they could see through everything. The woman next to him was dressed in green. Her peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation seemed to overshadow everything in the surroundings. When she stood next to him, they were a match made in heaven. Brother Feng, you should bring Tian over as well. I'm worried about leaving him alone there. The woman's voice was like an orchid as she spoke softly. Ru you finally brought this up. However, there's a reason why I left Tian over there. If it's for his own good, you should look on the bright side. The man said. Brother Feng, I know you left Tian over there to train him. However, even if he's over here, can't he still train? Moreover, Tian is under our eyes here after all. I'm more at ease. The woman said again. Ru of course, I've thought about what you said. However, if I bring Tian over from there, it'll be more harm than good to him. As for the reason, I don't know how to describe it. When you see Tian again in the future, you'll naturally understand everything. The man said. But Tian is alone over there. What if something happens to him? The woman said worriedly. Don't worry. I've left 3 Dao talismans for him. They can save his life 3 times. The man comforted her. What if he uses up all the Dao talismans? Then, he can only rely on himself. Can't you send someone to protect him? You can protect him secretly. Those 3 Dao talismans are already the limit of my interference in his life. He'll have to rely on himself for the rest of his life. How can I, Duan Rufeng's son, be an ordinary person? What if something happens to him? We have to trust him. After leaving the northern desert, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination after traveling north for a few months. It was an area adjacent to the Ruo Shui River. This place was also known as the Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. Back then, when Tian Wu, Uncle Feng, and I were on our way to the ancient desert city, the siblings that Uncle Feng saved seemed to be from the northern mountain land. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the ice coffin hovering next to him. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad woman lying in the ice coffin. The Northern Mountains Lu clan? I wonder if the Lu clan is ranked high among the numerous forces in the northern mountain land. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. This was Duan Lingtian's first time in the northern mountain land. The reason he knew this place was called the Northern Mountain Land was because the Northern Mountain Land was marked on the map that he had borrowed from the Zheng clan previously. To the north of the Northern Mountain Land was the Ruo Shui River. Although the Northern Mountain Land is marked on the map, there's no detailed description of the Northern Mountain Land. I'll have to go there myself if I want to understand the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Xiong Quan and the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in, Duan Lingtian began to search his surroundings in an attempt to find a city in the Northern Mountain Land. After spending half a day, he finally found a city. It was a small city in the south of the Northern Mountain Land. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Xiong Quan, let's enter the city. Chapter 1059. Whoosh. After Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan entered the city, the ice coffin that followed them like a shadow quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by. The ice coffin was too eye-catching. Even so, not many people took a second look at the ice coffin. In this world where the strong were respected, one had to be careful no matter what one did. If one was not careful, one could be doomed eternally. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan entered a restaurant and found a seat by the window. Boom! Under Duan Lingtian's control, the ice coffin landed steadily on the table next door. In an instant, all the customers in the restaurant looked over. What a beautiful woman! Some of the sharp-eyed people quickly saw the woman in red lying in the ice coffin. Even with the ice coffin between, the woman in red's peerless beauty could not be hidden. She's full of vitality. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? Many people were puzzled. Maybe she's suffering from some incurable disease. Someone guessed. Regardless, the appearance of the ice coffin had become the most eye-catching scene in the restaurant, attracting the attention of all the patrons. Such a scene was not common. However, Duan Lingtian's action of bringing the ice coffin along and occupying another table was undoubtedly a little overbearing. Sir, you, soon, the restaurant owner instructed the waiter to come over and look at Duan Lingtian. I'll pay for 2 tables of wine when I settle the bill. Duan Lingtian interrupted the waiter. Naturally, he could guess what the waiter wanted to say. The waiter wanted to say that he had occupied another table and was affecting their business. Both the waiter and the restaurant owner were speechless. After ordering some dishes and asking the waiter to prepare them, Duan Lingtian leaned against the window and narrowed his eyes at the passers-by outside the restaurant. He had a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he finally calmed down a little. When he was outside, he would often encounter rampant bandits, so he did not dare to relax easily. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Young master, what's our next step? Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was planning. When the waiter serves the dishes later, ask him which force is the strongest in the Northern Mountain Land. After he confirms it, we'll pay that force a visit, Duan Lingtian said. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes landed on the ice coffin on the neighboring table. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad lady inside the ice coffin. The peerless beauty of the woman in red completely attracted his gaze, making it difficult for him to move his gaze away. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tenderness, as if they could melt everything. Tianwu, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. Wait for me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yes. Although Xiong Quan did not know why his young master wanted to go to the most powerful force in the Northern Mountain Land, he did not ask. He believed that his young master must have a plan for doing so. What he had to do was to follow the young master and handle the trivial matters for him. Soon after, the dishes were served one after another. Waiter, I would like to ask. Which force is the strongest in the Northern Mountain Land? Xiong Quan asked the waiter according to Duan Lingtian's instructions. Sir, this must be your first time in our northern mountain land, right? The waiter asked as his eyes flashed. That's right. Xiong Quan nodded. Sir, the strongest forces in our northern mountain land are the two great clans. One of them is the Ou clan, and the other is the Lu clan. The waiter smiled as he answered Xiong Quan's question. Two great clans? Ou clan? Lu clan? Before Xiong Quan returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting at the side, had already raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, it can't be that coincidental, right? Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao left the Daming dynasty and headed to the ancient desert city, the pair of siblings that Feng Wu Dao saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was one of the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land. Merely two clans were actually able to become the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land. How shocking! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he revealed an astonished expression. Of course, he knew very well in his heart that since these two clans were able to become the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land, they surely had some ability. Clans? Xiong Quan was surprised when he heard the waiter's words. One had to know that the difference between a clan and a sect was not just a little bit. No matter what, a clan revolved around the direct descendants and passed down their bloodline. No matter how outstanding the other branch family disciples and disciples with another surname were, it was difficult for them to stand out. In the end, they would at most become elders or revered elders. It was utterly impossible for the branch family disciples and disciples with another surname to touch the position of patriarch. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for a clan to become truly strong. On the other hand, sects were not merely limited to passing down their bloodline. Those who were capable would rise in the sky. So long as one had the ability, one could even become the leader of a sect. Therefore, it greatly increased the enthusiasm of the sect disciples. This was especially true in the foreign lands where powerhouses were as common as trees in a forest. The difference between clans and sects was undoubtedly even more obvious. However, in the northern desert, the two clans were actually the strongest. Unbelievable. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Xiong Quan, both of them were astonished by this. Dear guests, I heard that the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land are the two clans. Don't you find it strange? The waiter could not help but ask when he saw the astonishment on Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan's faces. It was obvious he could guess what both of them were thinking. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan did not deny it and nodded in unison. Dear guests, you might not know this. Our northern mountain lands Ou clan and Lu clan are different from ordinary clans. It's said that these two clans have been passed down for 10,000 years. The waiter had a solemn expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. 10,000 years. One must admit that the waiter's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. A clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years. How strong was their foundation? It was difficult for them to imagine. There must be a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the waiter. He had a feeling that no matter if it was the Northern Mountains Ou clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan, they were definitely not simple. You're wise, dear guest. The waiter smiled. There's indeed a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years. It's because they're a weapons craftsman clan and an alchemist clan respectively. Weapons craftsman clan? Alchemist clan? The moment the waiter's words left his mouth, it made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. What do you mean? It means more than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen, and more than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. The waiter continued to explain to Duan Lingtian. More than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen. More than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. As soon as the attendant finished speaking, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Xiong Quan, they were both dumbstruck. On Cloud Continent, who did not know that a high innate talent in weapons craftsmanship and medicine refinement was required to become a weapons craftsman and alchemist? If one's innate talent was insufficient, it would be impossible to become a grade 9 weapons craftsman and alchemist. However, Someone was telling them now. There was a clan where more than 50% of the people in it were weapons craftsmen. There was another clan where more than 50% of the people in it were alchemists. Yes. The waiter nodded. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan's surprise. He had seen too many people with similar expressions. Without exception, those people were either people who were coming to the northern mountainland for the first time or people who were learning about the two strongest forces in the northern mountainland for the first time. It's said that 10,000 years ago, the Oyu clan and the Lu clan established themselves in the northern mountainland at almost the same time. The Oyu clan's ancestor was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. On the other hand, the Lu clan's ancestor was a grade 1 alchemist. Ever since the Oyu clan and the Lu clan established themselves, the two clans have focused on the Tao of weapons craftsmanship and Tao of medicine refinement respectively. Until today, the two clans have become the famous weapons craftsman clan and alchemist clan in the northern mountainland. The waiter continued. Grade 1 weapons craftsman, Grade 1 alchemists. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It did not cross his mind that there would be Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists outside of the foreign land's central area. Moreover, they were from two clans. In the 10,000 years of history of the two clans, there were more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists respectively. All of them had gone to the inner land on the other side of the Ruo Shui River. They were once the revered elders and foreign advisors of the first-rate forces. They refined spirit weapons and pills for the first-rate forces. Because of this, they formed a lot of good karma. This is the main reason why the Oyu clan and the Lu clan were able to survive for 10,000 years. When the first-rate forces accepted the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists of the Oyu clan and the Lu clan as their revered elders and foreign officials, they would publicly promise them that as long as the first-rate forces existed, they would not allow the Oyu clan and the Lu clan to be annihilated. Due to this reason, although many forces have set their sights on the Oyu clan and the Lu clan for the past 10,000 years, they did not dare to annihilate the Oyu clan and the Lu clan. This allowed the two clans to develop until today and become a colossus in the northern mountainland. The waiter patiently explained the history of the Oyu clan and the Lu clan to Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. He also explained the reason why they could remain standing for 10,000 years. Even now, the first-rate forces in the inner land might be able to annihilate the Oyu clan and the Lu clan, but they would not dare to do so. This was because as long as they dared to do so, they would be attacked by at least 3 first-rate forces. They might even be annihilated. The relationship between the Oyu clan and the Lu clan is too terrifying. This is the wealth left behind by the ancestors of the two clans. Chapter 1060. The waiter's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears like thunder. Duan Lingtian could not help but fall into a daze. He did not expect this at all. To think that the Oyu clan and the Lu clan of the northern mountainland actually had such an enormous background, such an enormous foundation, and such a huge network of connections. No wonder they could become one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountainland. The Oyu clan and Lu clan have existed for 10,000 years. Even those first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruo Shui River, I'm afraid the number of people who can exist for 10,000 years can be counted on one hand. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he also learned the reason why the Oyu clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years from the waiter. It was all thanks to the network of connections that their ancestors, Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, had established on the other side of the Ruo Shui River. That network of relationships had an extremely strong deterrent force. It allowed the Oyu clan and the Lu clan to smoothly pass on for 10,000 years. The inner land referred to the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many first-rate forces there. A first-rate force was extremely powerful. A second-rate force could not be compared to it. Moreover, if a first-rate force wanted to destroy a second-rate force, they only needed to send out a few of their most powerful martial monarch powerhouses to easily defeat the second-rate force. The second-rate force would not be able to retaliate at all in front of a first-rate force. It was already considered rare for a first-rate force to exist for 3,000 to 4,000 years. At the very least, during the two eras that Reincarnation Emperor Wu lived in, There had never been a first-rate force that had existed for more than 5,000 years. However, there are more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the OU clan and the Lu clan in the past 10,000 years. These Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists are more or less related to some of the first-rate forces that existed in the past 10,000 years. Due to this reason, when a first-rate force is destroyed, there will naturally be a second first-rate force to protect the OU clan and Lu clan from being destroyed. It was easy for Du and Lingtian to figure this out. This was the main reason the OU clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years. The weapons craftsman clan and alchemists clan. What amazing clans! Du and Lingtian sighed to himself. At the same time, he recalled the pair of siblings that Feng Wu Dao had saved that day. Looks like they are from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, their status in the Northern Mountains Lu clan seems to be quite high. Du and Lingtian still remembered. Back then, the black-robed man who wanted to kill that pair of siblings called the elder brother second young master, and the younger sister seventh young lady. Xiao between the OU family and the Lu family, which one is closer to here? Du and Lingtian asked the waiter. His target this time was the strongest force in the Northern Mountain Land. Since the OU clan and the Lu clan were listed as the strongest forces in the Northern Mountain Land, he had no choice but to choose one. In his opinion, whether it was the OU clan or the Lu clan, it made no difference to him. Therefore, he preferred the one that was closer to his current location. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to walk that far. Since there was no difference between the two clans, it did not matter which one he went to. If we're comparing the two clans, the Lu clan is closer. The Lu clan is located in the northeast outside the city. It's only 10,000 miles away from here. Although the waiter did not know why the young customer before him was asking about this, he still answered truthfully. Whether it was the Northern Mountains OU clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The locations of the two clans were not unfamiliar to the people in the Northern Mountain Land. All right. Du and Lingtian nodded. Then, he lifted his hand and took out a mid-grade origin stone before passing it to the waiter. This is your reward for introducing the OU clan and the Lu clan to us. Thank you, sir. The waiter smiled widely as he looked at the mid-grade origin stone in his hand. He had wasted so much saliva to say so much just so he could tip the customer when he was happy. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb your meal any longer. The waiter left after bidding farewell to Du and Lingtian and Xiong Quan. After the waiter left, Du and Lingtian and Xiong Quan began to clean up the dishes on the table. In just 15 minutes, there was only a pile of empty cups, plates, and bowls left on the table. Let's go. After Du and Lingtian paid the bill, he called out to Xiong Quan and left the restaurant with the ice coffin. After leaving the city, Du and Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along and headed northeast. The Northern Mountains Lu clan. Du and Lingtian's destination this time was the Lu clan that was closest to his current location. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was also one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was also known as the Alchemist clan. Du and Lingtian only had one goal in mind when he went to the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He wanted to reveal his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and become the Northern Mountains Lu clan's revered elder and interim advisor. From there, he would obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from the Northern Mountains Lu clan to help him and Xiong Quan improve their cultivation base and concepts. Although his current strength was not bad. However, if he was placed in the inner land on the other side of the Ruo Shui River, which was also the central area of Cloud Continent, he was nothing. With the Ruo Shui River as the boundary, there were two different worlds inside and outside. There were no first-rate forces outside of the Ruo Shui River. In the Ruo Shui River, not only were there first-rate forces, but there were also top forces such as the two great ancient clans and the forces controlled by Emperor Wu. That was the heaven of the powerhouses. At the same time, it was also hell for the weak. The great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life is in the inner land. Due to this reason, Du and Lingtian had no choice but to go to the inner land. Moreover, even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind the great treasure, he still had to go to the inner land. This was because he had to pass through the inner land if he wanted to reach the peak of Cloud Continent. If Duan Lingtian was on Earth in his previous life, it would take him 6 to 7 hours to travel 10,000 miles. However, for the current Duan Lingtian, it would only take him an hour to reach the inner land. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian could already see a vast building complex on the plains in the distance. The buildings stood tall like beasts hibernating there. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked at his surroundings. That's the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Why are there so many people? Xiong Quan glanced to the left and then to the right as he spoke with a face full of surprise. Duan Lingtian saw it as well. At this moment, there were people flying toward the vast building complex from all directions before landing on the west side of the building complex. There was no exception. If I can get into the top 30 in the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan, I'll be able to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname. I won't have to worry about materials to refine medicine in the future. A clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. I want to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname through the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It's not just for the materials. Then, another voice resonated in the air. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has as many high-grade alchemists as there are clouds in the sky. They even have a few grade 2 alchemists. If I can get their guidance, my achievements in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Northern Mountains Lu clan's test is really harsh. The lowest requirement to participate is a grade 6 alchemist. Alchemists below grade 6 are not qualified to participate at all. The owner of the voice seemed to be complaining when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, two people who were talking to each other passed by Duan Lingtian. They were two middle-aged men. When they passed by Duan Lingtian, their eyes could not help but stop at the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin was just too eye-catching. Alchemist competition? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. The Northern Mountains Lu clan seemed to be organizing an alchemist competition. As long as one was ranked in the top 30 in the alchemist competition, one would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was an alchemist clan. More than half of the people in the clan were alchemists, and there was no lack of high-grade alchemists among them. To a low-grade alchemist, that place was like heaven. As long as one could enter that place, one would be able to interact with many alchemists and improve one's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao. If one had the chance to receive guidance from a high-grade alchemist, one would be able to improve by leaps and bounds. It seems like these people are here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Other than some participants, there must be many people here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the people who came from all directions. Hey! There seems to be a woman lying inside. All of a sudden, a surprised voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtian. Then, Duan Lingtian saw three middle-aged men walking past him side by side. The voice came from one of them. However, after the three middle-aged men walked past Duan Lingtian, they did not leave. Instead, they went around the ice coffin and looked at it. What a beautiful woman! If I can get such a beautiful woman, I'm willing to lose 10 years of my life. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? The three middle-aged men pointed at the ice coffin and discussed among themselves. They acted as though there was no one else around them. They completely ignored Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Scram! Xiong Quan's expression changed, and he was about to reprimand the three middle-aged men when a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like a clap of thunder in the ears of the three middle-aged men. The three middle-aged men were so shocked that their bodies trembled. When they regained their senses, they turned around and looked at the source of the voice. Boy, you're seeking death. Soon after, the three of them locked their eyes on Duan Lingtian and shouted in unison. Boom! Chapter 1061. The three middle-aged men were sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Barf! Barf! Subsequently, the three of them were injured by Duan Lingtian's energy. Their faces turned red as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After they caught their breath, they looked at Du and Lingtian again. Apart from anger, there was also fear and dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds at all. This purple-clad young man who looked like he was only in his 20s actually possessed such terrifying strength. It only took a blink of an eye to send them flying and injure them. They did not even have time to react. They did not even have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy in the air, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. They knew. This young man's strength was far beyond theirs. I'll give all of you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll die, Du and Lingtian said indifferently. His voice was as cold as ice. The 3 middle-aged men's expressions changed drastically at once. They turned around and fled in panic. In just a blink of an eye, they landed in the buildings in front of them. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan's residence. It was obvious they were here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Whoosh! After the 3 of them left, Du and Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, he even had the urge to kill the 3 middle-aged men. It was the after-effect of the Devil Seal tablet. He had forcefully suppressed it at the critical moment. At this moment, the people who saw the scene earlier no longer dared to get close to Du and Lingtian, let alone look at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin. Xiong Quan, let's go over as well. Du and Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan. He brought the ice coffin with him and walked all the way to the buildings in front of them. They followed the crowd and entered the west side of the buildings before they landed in a vast field. The vast field was divided into 2 areas. One of the areas was close to a row of magnificent palace buildings. The other area was a field near the outer area. There were many people standing there. Most of the people, including Du and Lingtian and those who fell from the sky, were standing near the outer area of the field. Du and Lingtian saw it. In the area close to the palace building, tables were placed there, connected together. In addition, the same medicinal herbs were placed on every table. The alchemist competition should be held here. It was not difficult for Du and Lingtian to see this. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Du and Lingtian turned his head slightly and looked into the distance. There, 3 middle-aged men were looking at him. Seeing him looking over, the 3 middle-aged men shifted their gazes away. However, the moment he looked over, he saw the anger and hatred in their eyes. The 3 middle-aged men were not unfamiliar to Du and Lingtian. They were the 3 people he had injured outside. Du and Lingtian only glanced at the 3 before retracting his gaze. 3 martial artists at the first and second level of the void transformation stage were of no threat to him. In the distance, after the 3 middle-aged men retracted their gazes from Du and Lingtian, they looked at each other and saw fear and dread in each other's eyes. He's also here to participate in the alchemist competition? One of them spoke slowly, and his slightly suppressed voice seemed to carry a slight trace of anger within it. Should be. Another man nodded. Then, he's human. Not a demon? The last man frowned. Initially, after witnessing the purple-clad young man's strength, he thought he was a demon. This was because he was too young. A young man who looked like he was only in his 20s had a strength that far surpassed them. His cultivation base was suspected to be at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above. Even the most outstanding young powerhouses in their northern mountainlands Ou clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation did not have such terrifying innate talent. More than half of the people in the Ou clan and Lu clan focused on the weapons refinement Dao and the medicine refinement Dao. The remaining people could not become weapons refinement masters or alchemists due to their limited innate talent. They could only focus on martial Dao to raise their cultivation base and protect their respective clans. The Ou clan and Lu clan were weapons refinement clan and alchemist clan respectively. They had a heritage of 10,000 years. The cultivation resources they had accumulated were almost comparable to a first-rate force. Therefore, the disciples from the Ou clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation would not be weak under the nurturing of such a huge amount of cultivation resources. If he's really here to participate in the alchemist competition, then he should be a human. It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist. This is the iron law on Cloud Continent. The three middle-aged men looked at each other again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such a young man who possessed a cultivation base that far surpassed theirs had already shocked them. Now, they found out the young man was most likely an alchemist who came to participate in the alchemist competition just like them. For a moment, they could not help but feel shocked. Their emotions surged and could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps he's here to accompany the middle-aged man next to him. The three of them could not believe Duan Lingtian was here to participate in the alchemist competition no matter what. Soon after, one of them speculated. That's possible. The other two nodded as well. They hoped it was true as well. After all, their previous guesses were simply too inconceivable in their eyes. They all felt that it was practically impossible for such a thing to happen. Yaroliang, didn't you say one of the referees for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan is your uncle? Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man in green clothes, and his eyes lit up. Why don't you inform your uncle and ask him to directly eliminate the alchemist that's with that fellow? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind the purple-clad young man in the distance. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The person he had his eyes on was, naturally, Xiong Quan, who was next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he only thought Duan Lingtian was here to accompany Xiong Quan to participate in the alchemist competition. He thought Xiong Quan was the alchemist. That's right, Yaroliang. As long as your uncle says the word, they'll immediately scram. The other middle-aged man looked at the green-clad middle-aged man with anticipation. Don't worry. When my uncle comes out later, I'll tell him. If that guy dares to hurt me, I'll make sure the person accompanying him won't even be qualified to participate in the preliminary round of the alchemist competition. The green-clad middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said confidently. Then, the three of them laughed proudly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about the conspiracy of the three of them. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. I wonder if the Northern Mountains Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was curious about this. Then, he saw a middle-aged man nearby from the corner of his eyes. He immediately looked at him with a smile. Brother, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead. The middle-aged man had long noticed Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian was too eye-catching. It was difficult for him not to notice it. I've just arrived at the Northern Mountainland not too long ago. All I know is that the Lu clan is one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountainland. I also know that there were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked directly, I wonder if the Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation? No. The middle-aged man thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him something, but he did not expect it to be such a simple question. He immediately shook his head and said, There's no grade 1 alchemist in this generation in the Lu clan. Even the last grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan has to be traced back to 900 years ago. I see. Duan Lingtian came to a realization and smiled at the middle-aged man. Thank you for your guidance, brother. You're welcome, brother. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. His eyes then landed on the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. He asked curiously, Brother, I wonder if the lady in the ice coffin is, she's my woman. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian had already looked at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin and said gently. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian who was staring at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face did not notice that Feng Tianwu's right hand moved slightly as soon as he finished his sentence. Her movement was very light, and she regained her composure in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Duan Lingtian, even the others, including Xiong Quan, did not notice this. Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin seemed to have heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother, you're so lucky. At this moment, the middle-aged man also clearly saw Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance lying in the ice coffin, and he spoke with an envious expression. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. I'm Huang Chun. How should I address you, brother? The middle-aged man asked. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. Good name. Huang Chun was not stingy with his compliments. He then looked at Xiong Quan and asked, "How should I address you?" "I'm Xiong Quan." Xiong Quan nodded at Huang Chun. "Brother Ling Tian and Brother Xiong Quan are also here to participate in the alchemist competition?" Huang Chun asked again. "I'm not an alchemist." Xiong Quan shook his head. "In that case, Brother Xiong Quan is here to accompany Brother Ling Tian to participate in the alchemist competition. Brother Ling Tian is really young and promising. He's already a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age. I'm sure his future is limitless." Huang Chun praised, "Brother Ling Tian, with your talent of becoming a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age, it's almost certain that you'll become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan this time." A grade 6 alchemist was the minimum requirement to participate in the alchemist competition. Therefore, Huang Chun guessed Duan Lingtian must be a grade 6 alchemist. He did not dare to think about whether he was a higher grade alchemist. The fact that Duan Lingtian could become a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age already shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1062. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Huang Chun's words. Was it certain that he would become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? He did not come here to become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He came to the Northern Mountains Lu clan to make him an interim advisor and revered elder. It was not hard to imagine. As long as he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, even the Northern Mountains Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would have to be respectful to him. However, I can still participate in the alchemist competition. When the competition starts, I'll reveal my grade 1 Pilfire. It'll be interesting then. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face seemed to represent confidence in Huang Chun's eyes. He was confident that he would be able to rank in the top 30 in the alchemist competition and become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. If Huang Chun knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, he would most likely faint from shock. The alchemist competition had yet to begin. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stood in place and waited patiently. As time went by, the number of people who came decreased. In the end, they did not see anyone for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 soft sounds of wind blew in the air, startling everyone, including Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the others looked in the direction of the sound of wind, they saw 2 old figures. They were 2 old men. One was dressed in green while the other was dressed in grey. The green-clad old man had a sturdy body and a determined face. He had a dignified look on his face, and he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. The grey-clad old man had a skinny body and a bony face. He had a gloomy expression on his face, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following the appearance of the 2 old men, another 5 figures appeared behind them, following them like shadows. Among these people, there were old and middle-aged people. They stood behind the 2 old men expressionlessly. Their eyes were fixed in front of them, and they did not move at all. "The Lu clan has come out," someone shouted in a low voice, causing everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to come back to their senses and re-examine the 7 people in front of them. The 2 people in the lead are both at the 8th level of the void transformation stage. As for the other 5 people, the weakest is at the 4th level of the void transformation stage while the strongest is at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's mental power extended out and immediately detected the cultivation of the 7 people. In a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the cultivation base of these 7 people could not be considered strong. However, Duan Lingtian knew that their cultivation did not need to be very strong. For them to appear right before the alchemist competition is about to begin. These 7 people must be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan who's hosting the alchemist competition. The people hosting the alchemist competition are undoubtedly all alchemists. Furthermore, their grades shouldn't be low. As a high-grade alchemist, being able to have this level of cultivation is already considered pretty good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through the 7 members of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Welcome to the Lu clan for participating in the alchemist competition. First of all, I'd like to represent the Lu clan to thank all of you for your enthusiasm. Secondly, the Lu clan will only recruit the top 30 people in the alchemist competition this time. If any of you are unfortunate enough to be eliminated, please don't be discouraged. The Lu clan will hold another alchemist competition 3 years later. The green-clad old man spoke in a loud voice that entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. I'm Lu Su, an elder of the Lu clan. This person next to me is also an elder of the Lu clan. I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. His elder Lu Jiao, the green-clad old man continued. As he introduced himself, he also introduced the grey-clad old man next to him to the crowd. Elder Lu Jiao? Don't tell me he's the Lu clan's elder who can refine grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity. It should be him. I heard that one of the judges for today's alchemist competition is Elder Lu Jiao. Although Elder Lu Jiao is only a grade 3 alchemist, he can be considered as one of the top grade 3 alchemists because he's able to refine grade 3 medicinal pills with a purity of 70% and above. Many people whispered among themselves as they discussed the grey-clad old man who was also the Lu clan's elder, Lu Jiao. Elder Lu Su is also a grade 3 alchemist in the Lu clan. He has also refined grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity. Although he's not as good as Elder Lu Jiao, he's not too far off. That's right, Elder Lu Su is also very powerful. If I can get his guidance, my progress in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, I heard that Elder Lu Su is very kind and doesn't put on airs. This is something that Elder Lu Su can't compare to. Many people began to whisper among themselves again. At the same time, Lu Jiao's face turned slightly gloomy. However, he did not flare up in the end. As for Lu Su, one could not tell if he was happy or angry on the surface. However, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. No matter who it was, everyone liked to be praised instead of being insulted. Today, Lu Su and I will be the chief judges for this alchemist competition. The 5 people behind us are all outstanding alchemists in our Lu clan. They'll be the judges and be responsible for inspecting your results in refining pills. Lu Su continued to speak to the crowd. Huh! Duan Lingtian only heard half of Lu Su's words before he stopped listening. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to listen. It was just that his attention was attracted by someone else. His gaze was originally on Lu Su and the other 6 people from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was easy for him to see who was acting strangely. At this moment, he was attracted by Lu Jiao. He noticed that Lu Jiao was looking at a green-clad middle-aged man and nodding from time to time. It was as though he was communicating with the green-clad middle-aged man. In the end, a fierce gleam flashed in the depth of Lu Jiao's eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Initially, Duan Lingtian felt that the green-clad middle-aged man's back was slightly familiar, but he did not think too much about it. However, at this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at him. There was a hint of mockery and disdain in the depth of the green-clad middle-aged man's eyes. There was also a smile on his face as though he had succeeded in his scheme. So it's him. Now that Duan Lingtian saw the green-clad middle-aged man's face, he finally recognized him. No wonder I felt that he was slightly familiar. The green-clad middle-aged man was none other than one of the 3 middle-aged men he had taught a lesson outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Looks like he knows Lu Jiao. Not only do they know each other, but they seem to be very close as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. There was no need for him to guess what the green-clad middle-aged man and Lu Jiao were talking about. They were most likely discussing how to make things difficult for him. However, he did not care. If he was only a grade 6 alchemist, he might have fallen into their trap. However, the problem was that he was not a grade 6 alchemist. Everyone, be quiet. Soon after, Lu Su's voice continued to sound. It suppressed the noise in the scene and caused the scene to fall silent. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes on Lu Su. The alchemist competition is divided into 3 rounds: the preliminary round, the semifinals, and the final round. Before the preliminary round, all of you will need to draw lots and get your lots. Then, We'll proceed with the preliminary round according to the order. Lu Su said when he saw everyone looking at him. It's about to begin. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The preliminary round was the beginning of the alchemist competition. Only by advancing in the preliminary round would one be able to enter the semifinals. After the semifinals, it would be the final round. Only the most outstanding 30 people would enter the final round. Those who entered the final round would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people. Those who were ranked at the top would be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, they would become the target of the Lu clan's nurturing. I heard. Apart from the rewards, the top 3 people in the final round would also become the personal medicine boy of the Lu clan's Grade 2 alchemist and receive pointers from the Grade 2 alchemists. My goal is to be in the top 3 in the final round. As long as I can receive pointers from a Grade 2 alchemist, I'll definitely be able to become a Grade 4 alchemist in a short time. Those who are qualified to participate in the alchemist competition don't just want to become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. Everyone hopes to be able to receive pointers from a high-grade alchemist in the Lu clan. Many people discussed among themselves. Their eyes were burning with desire. Many of them were Grade 5 alchemists. Their biggest goal was to become the personal medicine boy of the Northern Mountains Lu clan's Grade 2 alchemist. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. A personal medicine boy could follow the Grade 2 alchemist and assist him. As long as he served the Grade 2 alchemist well, he would be able to receive pointers from the Grade 2 alchemist at any time. Let them draw the lots. Lu Su looked at a middle-aged man behind him and said nonchalantly, "Yes." After the middle-aged man responded respectfully, he prepared to fly out and take out the items needed to draw lots so that Duan Lingtian and the others who came to participate in the alchemist competition could draw lots. Wait. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing the middle-aged man to stop in his tracks. He did not have time to fly out. Elder Lu Jiao. The middle-aged man looked at the old man standing next to Lu Su. He did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Jiao, do you have anything else to say? Lu Su asked as he looked at Lu Jiao with a raised brow. Lu Jiao nodded faintly before he took a step forward. He glanced at the surroundings before he said with confidence, "Today is the day our Northern Mountains Lu clan is holding the alchemist competition to recruit outstanding disciples with different surnames. I personally welcome all of you here. However, when the Lu clan recruits foreign disciples, other than looking at their talent in the medicine refinement Dao, we also look at their character. As far as I know, some of you are ruthless and easily hurt others. Such people are not qualified to participate in the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan." Chapter 1063. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. As for the middle-aged man standing behind Duan Lingtian, he was Xiong Quan. When Lu Jiao said those words and fixed his gaze on Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan, the others also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Soon after, the people standing near Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan moved away from them as though they were afraid they would get into trouble. For a moment, the place where Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were standing was empty. Apart from the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian, only Huang Chun was standing there. However, Huang Chun did not look too good at the moment. He wanted to leave, but when he remembered that he was acquainted with Duan Lingtian, it did not seem right for him to leave. While Huang Chun was still hesitating, Lu Jiao's gaze fell on him. He asked faintly, "Are you with them?" The moment Lu Jiao's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Huang Chun's face. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No. No. No. I don't know them. I don't know them." Huang Chun, who was in a panic, quickly moved away from Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. It was as though he was avoiding the god of plague. Huang Chun's words clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Putting aside the fact that he had only met Huang Chun once, even if Huang Chun was his friend, Huang Chun still had the right to choose. He could not force him. He was very open-minded about this. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were left standing in the empty space. To be more precise, There were 3 of them. There was also Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. Both of you have poor character. Our Lu clan doesn't welcome you. Both of you are disqualified from participating in the alchemist competition today. Lu Jiao said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. There was no room for doubt in his words. It was as though he was a judge who ruled over life and death. With just one sentence, he had sentenced Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan to death. Lu Su, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly. Naturally, he could tell that Lu Jiao was intentionally suppressing the purple-clad young man and the people around him. As for the reason, he had seen Lu Jiao and the people who came to participate in the alchemist competition earlier. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. That's right. The last time he came to our Lu family, his Lu Jiao's nephew. Soon after, Lu Su finally remembered. He was almost certain that Lu Jiao was abusing his power for personal gain. Although he was dissatisfied, he had no intention of stopping him. No matter what. To him, the purple-clad young man and the person beside him were all outsiders. He did not know them at all. No matter what, Lu was for him was. He could not offer was Lu was senior was he? For this reason. Bad character? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. His laugh was bright and dazzling, causing everyone in the surroundings to think that he had gone mad. Keep smiling. You won't be able to smile for long. The 3 middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, who were injured by Duan Lingtian outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan, had a mocking smile on their faces when they looked at Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, one of the 2 chief judges of the alchemist competition had already announced that the purple-clad young man was disqualified. This purple-clad young man was destined to get lost. Didn't you hear what I said? Lu Jiao asked in a deep voice when he saw Duan Lingtian, and Xiong Quan did not do anything after hearing his words. He felt his dignity was being challenged. His eyes gleamed coldly. Elder Lu Jiao, this is against the rules. However, Lu Jiao did not receive any response from Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Instead, he heard a righteous voice. Elder Lu Su, what do you mean by this? Lu Jiao looked at Lu Su next to him. His expression darkened. The person who questioned him was none other than Lu Su. He had seen the change in Lu Su's expression earlier. He knew Lu Su did not intend to meddle in other people's business. He was still thinking that Lu Su was tactful. Who knew Lu Su would intervene in the blink of an eye? Although the development of the situation was a little sudden, Lu Jiao did not think too much about it. He only thought Lu Su was not giving him any face by rebutting him in public. Elder Lu Jiao, you said their character is bad, but I wonder how bad it is. Could it be that you've met them before this? Or do you know them? Lu Su seemed to have changed into a different person. He had initially thought Lu Su was abusing his authority to avenge his nephew, but now, he seemed to have transformed into a selfless person. Lu Jiao was not the only one who was surprised by Lu Su's sudden change. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised. When Lu Jiao announced that he was disqualified from the alchemist competition and asked him to leave the Lu clan, Duan Lingtian had carefully observed Lu Su's expression. At that time, Lu Su was watching from the sidelines. Now that Lu Su had suddenly changed, Duan Lingtian could not react to it. Why does Lu Su seem to have changed into a different person all of a sudden? What's the reason for this change? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. However, he felt there must be a reason. Lu Su's action would undoubtedly offend Lu Jiao, an elder who had worked with him for many years in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It would be fine if he knew Lu Su and had a close relationship with him. However, the problem was he did not know Lu Su at all. Everything Lu Su was doing was for the sake of Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met before. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Duan Lingtian agreed with this statement. I don't know them. Lu Jiao's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Lu Su's question. He said in a deep voice, however, someone knows them. They even personally witnessed how they were injured by him. The person you said was injured by him. You don't know where he is. Can you call him out and let them talk? Lu Su raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, after all, who knows if they're trying to frame me? Elder Lu Jiao, what do you think? Humph. Lu Jiao snorted coldly and looked at the three middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, and said nonchalantly, since Elder Lu Su wants to know the ins and outs of this matter, all of you should tell him everything. Yes. Initially, the three middle-aged men thought the purple-clad young man who injured them would be kicked out very soon. However, they did not expect Lu Su to interfere. When they heard Lu Jiao's summon, they did not dare to delay and responded in unison. Then, they looked at Lu Su. Elder Lu Su, he publicly injured the three of us outside the Lu clan. The three of us have never seen him before, let alone know who he is. The green-clad middle-aged man looked at Lu Su and said righteously, if such a scum enters the Lu clan, he'll only bring shame to the Lu clan. He indiscriminately injured people near the Lu clan who came to participate in the alchemist competition. After today, he might become a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan. Such a person has no right to enter the Lu clan. Also, the companion next to him is helping the tyrant. Once both of them enter the Lu clan, they'll be like two pieces of ratsha * tea that spoils a pot of porridge. The other two middle-aged men followed up. Their words were filled with righteousness. At the same time, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. If that's the case, both of them really don't have the right to enter the Lu clan. Humph. The Lu clan is one of the top clans in our northern mountain land. How can we tolerate such a ruthless person? Scram. Scram. After hearing the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men's words, the surrounding people began to point at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Their words were not polite at all. Duan Lingtian completely ignored this scene. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though the person in the center of the storm was not him but someone else. However, even if he could remain calm, it did not mean the others could remain calm as well. All of you are the guilty ones who complain first. Xiong Quan, whose face was extremely red, suddenly shouted in the face of the surrounding people pointing at him. He pointed at the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men with a trembling hand. Young master did hurt all of you, but why didn't you tell the whole story? There are so many people here. Why did young master only hurt the three of you and not the others? As he spoke, Xiong Quan was so agitated that his body began to tremble. He did not care what others said about him. However, he would definitely not allow others to say anything bad about his young master. Xiong Quan's words caused the crowd to shift their focus from Duan Lingtian to the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men. That's right. Why did he only hurt the three of you? When I came here, I passed by him as well. However, he did not have any intention of attacking us. Could it be that the three of you were taught a lesson because you provoked him? Many people began to question the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men. Just as the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men were frowning and Lu Jiao's expression was still gloomy, humph. A cold snort suddenly reverberated in the air, suppressing the noise at the scene. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes flew out and arrived in front of Lu Su and Lu Jiao in just a moment. He stood there proudly. Third young master. The moment the newcomer appeared, Lu Su, Lu Jiao, and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples bowed at him. Perhaps, the newcomer's cultivation base and attainment in the medicine refinement Dao were not as good as theirs for the time being. However, the old man was a direct descendant of the Lu clan. His position in the Lu clan was so high that it was not something that the disciples from the branch families could compare to. This was the clan. The direct descendants were the most respected. I heard everything clearly when I was hiding in the dark earlier. Since Elder Lu Jiao thinks that they have no right to stay in our Lu clan, then just ask them to scram. The moment the Northern Mountains Lu clan's third young master appeared, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan condescendingly as though he was looking at 2 ants that he could kill at any time. Third young master, you, Lu Su's expression changed slightly. What? Elder Lu Su, if you don't believe in Elder Lu Jiao's judgment, don't tell me you don't believe in mine. Chapter 1064. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man who suddenly appeared calmly. The third young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? The sudden appearance of the Lu clan's third young master and his current stance proved one thing. He was on Lu Zhao's side. However, even then, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. Third brother, you're really impressive. When Lu Su heard the Lu clan's third young master's words and was at a loss for words, a loud voice resonated and attracted the attention of everyone present. In the distance, a young man flew over and arrived next to Lu Su in just a moment. Second young master. The moment the young man appeared, Lu Su and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples hurriedly bowed. When Lu Zhao saw the young man, he frowned slightly and bowed slightly in the end. It's the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. I can't believe that not only the Lu clan's third young master, but even the Lu clan's second young master is here for the alchemist competition. I heard that the Lu clan's second young master is one of the 2 heirs to the next clan leader. The only person who can compete with the Lu clan's first young master for the position of the next clan leader is probably the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. That's right. As for the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Lu clan's first young master and second young master. However, I heard that he's the younger brother of the Lu clan's first young master. Many people whispered among themselves. These people had a certain level of understanding of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. I see. With Duan Lingtian's excellent hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. He seemed to have understood something at once. Second brother, don't tell me you're trying to protect them. They're despicable and have no right to enter our Lu clan, Lu Huai said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly when he saw Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai ignored him as though he did not hear him at all. He only looked at the purple-clad young man standing nearby. We meet again. Lu Bai said with a smile. Yes, we meet again. The purple-clad young man who was being stared at by Lu Bai was none other than Duan Lingtian. In the face of Lu Bai, who took the initiative to greet him, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. When Lu Bai first appeared, he recognized him. It was precisely the elder brother of the pair of siblings that he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao had encountered on the way to the ancient desert city when they left the Daming dynasty. He still remembered. At that time, it was Feng Wu Dao who saved the lives of that pair of brother and sister by chance. At that time, Duan Lingtian had heard from the siblings that they were from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, he had no idea what the Northern Mountains Lu clan was. It was only when he arrived at the Northern Mountainland that he finally understood the meaning of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. A clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. An alchemist clan. There were more than 10 Grade 1 alchemists in the history of the alchemy sect. Lu Bai. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and suddenly opened his mouth. It was obvious he was introducing himself. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. At the same time, his gaze swept past Lu Bai and Lu Su, who were standing together. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. Earlier, this elder Lu Su didn't intend to meddle in my business. However, in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to want to protect me. I was wondering why he wanted to help me. Now, it seems like it was Lu Bai's idea. Lu Bai must have been hiding in the dark since the beginning and recognized me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the fog that shrouded Duan Lingtian earlier completely disappeared. When the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai greeting each other like old friends, their expressions more or less changed. He actually knows the Lu clan's second young master. The green-clad middle-aged man and his 2 companions had a change in expression. There was a hint of dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that the purple-clad young man whom they hated to the core actually knew Lu Bai, the second young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, the 2 of them seemed to have a close relationship. No wonder Lu Su didn't hesitate to offend me and meddle in my business. As it turns out, he's a friend of the second young master. I think the second young master must have secretly hinted for Lu Su to help him. Lu Zhao's face darkened. He could vaguely guess what was going on. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. His cold gaze did not leave the purple-clad figure in the distance. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the sinister gaze on him. He glanced at Lu Jiao indifferently for a moment before he ignored him. Grade 3 Alchemist. 8th level Void Transformation Stage? To be honest, whether it was the Medicine Refinement Dao or Martial Dao Cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not take Lu Jiao seriously at all. Duan Lingtian actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? Huang Chun stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling at Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He knew he had missed an opportunity to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master. If he did not avoid Duan Lingtian like he was avoiding the plague, if he did not say that he did not know Duan Lingtian, he would have been considered a friend by Duan Lingtian. If he was a friend of Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for him to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master through Duan Lingtian. However, he had ruined everything with his own hands. I was wondering why second brother would protect them. So they're people you know, second brother. Lu Huai took a deep look at Lu Bai and said with slight surprise. Second brother, you really have a wide circle of friends. You actually know people from all walks of life. Lu Huai's tone was laced with sarcasm. He paused for a moment before he continued. However, according to the rules of our Lu clan, even if a person with a despicable character is a friend of second brother, he cannot enter the Lu clan. However, Lu Bai was still the same as before. He did not pay any attention to him. This made Lu Bai's expression turn even uglier. Why did you come to our Lu clan? Lu Bai asked in surprise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I came to your Lu clan to be a revered elder or an interim elder. Duan Lingtian replied honestly with a smile on his face. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Even Lu Bai was taken aback for a moment. It was not easy to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was a martial artist, he would need to be at least at the martial monarch stage. Only a martial monarch powerhouse was qualified to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was an alchemist, he would need to be a grade 2 alchemist at the very least. A martial monarch powerhouse? A grade 2 alchemist or above? Lu Bai studied Duan Lingtian for a while and secretly shook his head. He thought Duan Lingtian was just joking. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and burst into laughter. For a moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. If he didn't rely on his relationship with the Lu clan's second young master, I'm afraid it would be a problem for him to successfully advance in the alchemist competition and become a disciple with a different surname. That's right. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? He wants to become a revered elder or guardian of the Lu clan. Is he even worthy? I think he's bragging too much. However, I think he's just asking for a beating since he dares to brag in front of so many people. I think he's daydreaming. Many people mocked Duan Lingtian. Without exception, they thought Duan Lingtian was bragging and daydreaming. Trying to become a revered elder or guardian of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Without a cultivation base at the martial monarch stage and a grade 2 alchemist or above, he could forget about it. This Duan Lingtian is really crazy. When the green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with mockery. They thought Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. So, he's an idiot. Lu Jiao sneered. Ha ha. Second brother, is there something wrong with your friend's head? Lu Huai could not help but laugh out loud. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Slap. As soon as Lu Huai's words left his mouth, a loud and clear sound of a slap resonated in the air. Then, everyone saw that. Half of Lu Huai's face, the Lu clan's third young master, had a red palm print on it. Soon after, half of his face swelled up, making him look like half a pig's head. At the same time, everyone noticed that there was another figure standing in front of Lu Huai. It was a purple figure. Most of the people, including Lu Bai, were stunned when they saw the purple figure. You dare to hit me? Lu Huai held the swollen half of his face. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. He wished he could kill him immediately. However, Although he was extremely furious and wished he could cut the person in front of him into 1,000 pieces, he did not act rashly. The fact that the other party was able to slap him without him being able to react meant that the other party's strength was far superior to his. Third young master, you keep saying that I'm despicable. I wonder if you're despicable for insulting others with your words. After slapping Lu Huai, the person standing in front of him was naturally Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai calmly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, in Lu Huai's eyes, this smile was like the smile of a devil. Lu Jiao, kill him. The killing intent in Lu Huai's eyes intensified when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Whoosh. Almost at the same time Lu Huai spoke, Lu Jiao, who had been accumulating his strength for a long time, shot out like a bolt of lightning toward Duan Lingtian. Die. Lu Jiao's originally gloomy face was filled with coldness. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. With a raise of his hand, a spirit saber appeared out of thin air and slashed toward Duan Lingtian's head. Buzz. Chapter 1065. Clang. Whoosh. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of a sword whistling in the air. Everyone present could hear the sound of metal clashing. As for the sound of a sword whistling in the air, less than half of the people present could hear it. So fast. Apart from Lu Jiao, Lu Su, who was the most powerful person present, seemed to have seen something that shocked him. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. As for the others, they could not see what was happening at all. In their eyes, the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, shouted as the Lu clan's elder, Lu Jiao, made his move on Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. When Lu Jiao pounced on Duan Lingtian, they heard the sound of metal clashing. Then, they saw a stream of blood splattering in the air. It seemed to have condensed into dazzling red roses in the air. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of a body falling to the ground reverberated in the air. How's this possible? Many of the people present gasped as they looked at the lifeless body that fell to the ground. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, all of their gazes landed on the purple-clad figure standing there proudly. These gazes were mixed with a sense of shock and inexplicable bewilderment. He killed Elder Lu Jiao? How can he be so powerful? How old is he? He looks like he's only 25 years old at most. Could he be a demon? No. If he's a demon, why would he participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone a grade 6 alchemist or above. If he's a human martial artist, doesn't that mean that he possesses both a terrifying talent in the martial Dao and an enviable talent in alchemy? Soon after, the gazes that landed on the purple-clad figure were filled with shock. It was hard for them to imagine. There was actually such a monstrous existence in this world. Uncle. At this moment, a green figure pounced out and landed beside Lu Jiao's body. He cried out sorrowfully, and his voice was filled with desolation. Uncle. Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, coldly glanced at the green-clothed middle-aged man beside Lu Jiao's corpse. No wonder Lu Jiao saw me as a thorn in his side. It turns out that one of the 3 people I injured was his nephew. Now, Duan Lingtian understood everything. Other than Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, Xiong Quan was the only one who was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. The others were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. He's actually so strong, to think that I was worried about his safety. When Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, regained his senses, he stared blankly at the purple figure in the distance. At this moment, he only felt that the purple figure in front of him was so tall. Is he really someone from the far south? How could such a monstrous genius be born in such a small place? Lu Bai's face was filled with disbelief. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's origin due to their previous encounter. Where did second young master get to know this Duan Lingtian? What a monster! The corner of Lu Su's mouth twitched violently. Earlier, Lu Jiao's attack on Duan Lingtian was as fast as lightning. He, who was unprepared, could not react at all. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by Lu Jiao. However, Who would have thought that the outcome would be so dramatic? You, as Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai, the third young master of Lu clan, Lu Huai, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face. Just like the others. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so terrifying that even Lu Jiao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, was killed by him. From the moment Lu Jiao attacked to the moment he was killed, let alone the fact that Duan Lingtian's strength did not trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon, even Lu Jiao's strength did not have the time to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Lu Jiao made the first move and gained the upper hand by striking first. He was killed as soon as he made his move. It all happened in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's movements were so fast that he did not even see it clearly from the beginning until the end. Lu Huai's face was flushed red as he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. His legs were trembling when Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! His hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed Lu Huai's neck easily. He lifted Lu Huai's feet off the ground and hovered in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other with a cold gleam in their eyes. Killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was obvious he wanted to kill Lu Huai. You want to kill me? Lu Huai, whose face was flushed red due to Duan Lingtian's choking, asked with difficulty. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. You've already ordered someone to kill me. Don't tell me I can't kill you. Duan Lingtian's expression and tone were calm. However, the people present on the scene could hear the cold killing intent in his calm tone. It sent chills down their spines. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? He actually wants to kill the Lu clan's third young master. If he really kills the Lu clan's third young master, he won't be able to escape death no matter how strong his martial Dao or medicine refinement talent is. Killing the Lu clan's third young master is equivalent to slapping the Lu clan in the face. The Lu clan will definitely not let this go. At that time, even if the Lu clan's second young master pleads on his behalf, it'll be useless. He'll definitely die. The group of people who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Kill him. Kill him. On the other hand, the green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting beside Lu Jiao's body had just reached out to close Lu Jiao's eyes that were still wide open. However, his face was filled with rage and madness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He knew it was impossible for him to avenge his uncle. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian had already offended the Lu clan by killing his uncle. However, with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would definitely not kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his uncle. After all, his uncle was only a collateral disciple of the Lu clan. Compared to the Lu clan's second young master, his life was as cheap as grass. However, if Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master, then everything would be different. At that time, even with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would still kill Duan Lingtian at all cost. Duan Lingtian, don't kill him. Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, and Lu Su, the Lu clan's elder, shouted in unison when they sensed the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian. A hint of panic could be seen on their faces. As members of the Lu clan, it was only natural that they knew the consequences of killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Huh! Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around to look at Lu Bai. He had a good impression of Lu Bai. However, he could not let Lu Huai go just like that. Although he had already killed Lu Jiao who wanted to kill him, Lu Jiao was still under Lu Huai's orders. Lu Huai was the culprit. He would not let go of someone who wanted him dead. Duan Lingtian, calm down, calm down. Don't be rash. Lu Huai's death is not to be regretted, but there's no need for you to ruin your own life because of Lu Huai. Lu Bai's breathing quickened as he continued to persuade him. Ruin my own life? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. No matter what, Lu Huai is still a direct descendant of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. If you kill him, it's equivalent to slapping our Lu clan's face. Everyone in the Lu clan will kill you at all cost. Lu Bai hurriedly nodded and voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. His eyes gleamed as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, The atmosphere became extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to know what decision Duan Lingtian would make. Kill Lu Huai? Or not kill him? I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will really kill the Lu clan's third young master or not. Many people spoke softly, and their voices were filled with doubts. He knows that he'll definitely die if he kills the Lu clan's third young master. I don't think he'll dare to kill him. I think so too. Most of them felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lu Huai. After all, if Lu Huai died, Duan Lingtian would not be able to live as well. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to kill Lu Huai. In their opinion, their lives were more important than their lives. His life was more important than anything else. There was no need to throw away his life for a moment of anger. Cough cough. You don't dare to kill me. You don't dare to kill me. At this moment, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, coughed twice. A smug expression appeared on his pale face as he stared at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Are you sure? I don't dare to kill you. Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be deep in thought, regained his senses when he heard Lu Huai's provocative words. He tightened his grip on Lu Huai's neck. Cough. Cough cough. You. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian tightened his grip, making it difficult for Lu Huai to breathe. Lu Huai's eyes narrowed as he struggled to break free. Duan Lingtian. No. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian, you better think this through. If you kill the third young master, you won't be able to survive, Lu Su advised. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan was more or less affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly and advised, there's no need to put yourself in danger for him. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Bai, Lu Su, and Xiong Quan's advice. Instead, he muttered to himself and paused for a moment. Then, he turned around and looked at Lu Bai before he asked, in the history of the Lu clan, has there ever been anyone who managed to survive after killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan? Yes. Although Lu Bai did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this, he nodded his head anyway. Who are they? Chapter 1066. They're divided into two types of people. One of them is a martial monarch powerhouse that our Lu clan is helpless against. Lu Bai paused for a moment when he reached this part of the sentence. His expression turned solemn, and his tone was filled with helplessness. Martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, it was a martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against. Everyone present on the scene heard Lu Bai's words clearly. For a moment, everyone agreed with him. A martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against was obviously stronger than the strongest martial monarch powerhouse in the Lu clan. The Lu clan could not do anything to such a person. He had killed a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Even if the Lu clan was furious, they could not exact revenge. Although the Lu clan had connections with some of the first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruo Shui River, those first-rate forces would only make a move when the Lu clan was annihilated. If the Lu clan was not in danger of being annihilated, the first-rate forces would not make a move even if the clan leader died, let alone the death of a direct descendant of the Lu clan. They were protecting the Lu clan, not anyone in the Lu clan. What about the other type of people? Duan Lingtian continued to ask as his eyes gleamed. The other type of people are not martial monarch powerhouses, Lu Bai said slowly. Lu Bai opened his mouth slowly. After successfully attracting everyone's attention apart from the Lu clan's disciples, he continued to say, that group of people has almost reached the peak in the medicine refinement Dao. They're grade 1 alchemist. Grade 1 alchemist. The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. So, they're grade 1 alchemist. The Northern Mountains Lu clan is an alchemist clan. A grade 1 alchemist is enough to earn the Lu clan's respect. Moreover, a grade 1 alchemist is very influential. This can be seen from the fact that the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years. The reason the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years is because of the dozen or so grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. After everyone came back to their senses, they all came to a sudden realization. When they whispered to each other, they deeply agreed with this. A grade 1 alchemist might not be as strong as a powerhouse in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, the influence of a grade 1 alchemist was enough to make the Lu clan fearful. Cough cough. Did you hear that? Only a martial emperor, a grade 1 alchemist, cough cough, can kill me, after killing me, come out unscathed, cough cough. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. At the same time, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, became restless once again. He stared at Duan Lingtian with contempt, fearless. Only martial monarchs and grade 1 alchemists can come out unscathed after killing you. Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other calmly. Both of his eyes flashed and a crazed look appeared on his face. No. When Lu Huai felt Duan Lingtian's grip tightening, his expression changed again. He struggled and screamed shrilly. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Lu Bai, who was watching from the side, changed greatly. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to take such a risk when he knew that he would definitely die after killing Lu Huai. Crack. The crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. They could not help but shudder secretly. One of the 5 Lu clan's disciples who came out with Lu Su and Lu Jiao hastily turned around and left. The other 4 people also had a look of disbelief on their faces. Their gazes, without exception, landed on that purple figure. The other people's eyes were also focused on the purple figure. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian exerted more force in his hand and broke Lu Huai's neck. His head fell to the side. Boom! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and threw Lu Huai's body on the ground. His expression was calm as though he had done something insignificant. Crazy. Many people's eyes narrowed. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. They thought Duan Lingtian had gone crazy. He really killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master? Is he not afraid of death? It's useless even if the Lu clan's 2nd young master pleads on his behalf for killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master. What's he thinking? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's actions. He knew he would not be able to escape death after killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but he still killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. Was he not digging his own grave? Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai's expression turned ugly. Lu Bai's expression was ugly. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Of course, the reason his expression turned ugly was not because of Lu Huai's death. Although he and Lu Huai were both direct descendants, there was no blood relationship between them. In fact, Lu Huai had secretly plotted against him in the past because he and Lu Song, the Lu clan's 1st young master, were competing for the next clan leader's position. To be honest, Lu Bai was happy that Lu Huai was dead. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian might lose his life because of this, his heart could not help but sink. Although this was his 2nd time meeting Duan Lingtian, he was saved by the powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side during their first meeting. Due to this reason, out of gratitude, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, how could he face his benefactor who had saved his life? Young man, you're too competitive. Lu Su sighed. He thought Duan Lingtian had lost his rationality and killed Lu Huai because of his competitive nature after being provoked by Lu Huai. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. In his opinion, this was the most appropriate way to describe Duan Lingtian right now. Whether it was Lu Bai or Lu Su, none of them asked Duan Lingtian to flee. It was not that they wanted to see something happen to Duan Lingtian. It was just that they knew even if Duan Lingtian fled now, the Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would catch up to him. Unless Duan Lingtian was also a martial monarch powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to flee now. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to escape death today. What a waste for such a monstrous genius. That's right. Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Not only is his cultivation base shocking, But he even killed Lu Jiao in just one blow. He's suspected to have entered the 9th level void transformation. Even his innate talent in medicine refinement Dao is shocking. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Most of the people present on the scene felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. They shook their heads and sighed. They felt pity for Duan Lingtian, this monstrous genius, who was about to die. Uncle, did you see that? Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master. He killed the Lu clan's third young master. The green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting next to Lu Jiao's body had a maniacal smile on his face. He lowered his head and kept whispering to the body next to him, "You have to watch carefully. Duan Lingtian will be executed by the Lu clan soon." At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's face was filled with joy. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by the Lu clan's powerhouses. Young master. Compared to the others who felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die, Xiongquan's thoughts were completely different. Initially, he was affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He was worried that his young master would kill the Lu clan's third young master on impulse and bring disaster upon himself. However, now that his young master had killed the Lu clan's third young master, his heart calmed down. He knew his young master well. He knew his young master would never do anything he was not confident in. He had a feeling his young master would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. He was looking forward to it. "Who are you? Why did you kill my Lu clan's lineal disciple?" At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from afar, attracting everyone's attention. A moment later, 2 old men appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 2 old men walked side by side. One was fat while the other was skinny. The fat one was short while the skinny one was tall. The former looked like a ball while the latter looked like a bamboo pole. The 2 old men walked in the air and entered everyone's line of sight. They only stopped when they were not too far away from the crowd. They hovered in the air and immediately locked their eyes on the purple-clad young man. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was the Lu clan's disciple who had left earlier. He was the one who had informed the 2 old men. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. When the 2 old men appeared, Lu Su and the other 4 Lu clan's disciples bowed respectfully at them. Even Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, took the initiative to nod at the 2 old men. However, the 2 old men did not respond to Lu Bai and the others. This was because their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. When they inadvertently saw the body lying near Duan Lingtian, they could not help but feel enraged even though they were prepared for it. In their rage, their gazes turned extremely sharp as they stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they did not seem to make any movements. They did not even seem to emit any energy from their bodies. However, the air around them began to stir. The sound of air exploding could be heard, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. 2 martial monarchs. When the fat and thin old men appeared, the spiritual energy that Duan Lingtian extended out seemed to have merged with a ball of cotton. At this moment, he realized the 2 old men in front of him must be martial monarch. As expected of the northern mountains Lu clan, 2 martial monarchs have personally come just because one lineal disciple died. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply understood the meaning of the word clan. If it was a sect, it would be impossible for something like this to happen. Why did they kill your Lu clan's lineal disciple? Chapter 1067. To us, the process is not important. What's important is the outcome. Do you know the consequences of killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple? The 2 old men, one fat and one skinny, spoke almost at the same time. Their voices entered everyone's ears. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the 2 old men finished speaking, a majestic and vast aura surged out of their bodies and swept toward Duan Lingtian who they had their eyes on. However, Duan Lingtian did not move at all in the face of the aura from the 2 martial monarchs. He remained as still as a mountain in the midst of the storm. The 2 old men could not help but be stunned by the scene before them. When they regained their senses, astonishment was written all over their faces. Not bad, little fella. Unfortunately, you'll definitely die today for killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple. The old man, who was short and fat like a ball, Lu clan's guardian elder Lu Yuan, narrowed his small eyes and took a step forward. A rolling energy rose from his body as though it was about to burst out at any moment. Elder Yuan, please have mercy. Just as Lu Yuan was about to make his move on Duan Lingtian, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Lu Yuan to withdraw his energy slightly. Then, his eyes landed on the figure that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Lu Bai. Lu Yuan could not help but frown when he saw the person who pleaded for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the Lu clan's second young master would plead for mercy for the person who killed the Lu clan's third young master. Lu Bai, as the second young master of our Lu clan, you should know our Lu clan's rules. Stand down. The skinny old man, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, Lu Gui, looked at Lu Bai with a grave expression and said coldly. Lu Bai was the Lu clan's second young master, a lineal disciple of the Lu clan. However, as the Lu clan's guardian elder and a martial monarch, his position in the Lu clan was not inferior to the clan leader of Lu clan. He did not care about a lineal disciple at all. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. Lu Bai took a deep breath and stared at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. He said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Lu Huai's death is purely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. As for Duan Lingtian, he saved my life, and I can't watch my savior be executed by you. After Lu Bai finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui with a serious expression. His feet did not move an inch. Whoosh. Lu Bai's words caused an uproar. Duan Lingtian saved the life of the second young master of the Lu family. Many people were surprised. Young master saved second young master Lu's life. Xiong Quan was also stunned. However, he had never heard his young master mention this before. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly. Among those present, other than Lu Bai, he was probably the only one who knew. He had never saved Lu Bai's life. The one who saved Lu Bai's life was Feng Wu Dao, not him. Naturally, he knew why Lu Bai would say this now. It was all because he wanted to protect his life from the two Lu family martial emperors. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Lu Bai's good intentions. Lu Bai, even if he saved your life, it doesn't change the fact that he killed a lineal disciple of the Lu family. He'll definitely die today. Lu Gui took a step forward and stood next to Lu Yuan. At the same time, an overbearing invisible energy surged out of his body and shrouded Lu Bai in an instant, pulling him away from Duan Lingtian. Elder Gui. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically. He realized that the invisible energy that shrouded him and pulled him away from Duan Lingtian was so overbearing that he could not break free from it. Since you've saved the second young master of the Lu clan, we'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave behind your last words. After 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Lu Yuan said slowly as his eyes flashed and locked onto Duan Lingtian. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan, who was pulling the ice coffin in place of Duan Lingtian, had a change of expression. He took a step forward and tried to block Duan Lingtian like Lu Bai did earlier. Go back. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he heard a voice that sounded like thunder. It was a voice that he was extremely familiar with. Young master, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian, who suddenly turned to look at him. His face was filled with anxiety. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Before Xiong Quan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that came out of nowhere. He could tell that it was his young master's voice. Although Xiong Quan did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from, he trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. For a moment, he stood there obediently. He'll be fine. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Su, who was standing nearby, shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have not realized the severity of the matter. Unless Duan Lingtian was one of the two special types of people, he would definitely die for killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan today. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. There was no suspense about this. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he say he'll be fine? I think he's just pretending to be strong. He's just trying to comfort the people around him. I heard the people from the Lu clan call them Elder Yuan and Elder Gui. They must be two of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. Two martial monarch powerhouses, Elder Yuan and Elder Gui, came out personally. It's useless for the Lu clan's second young master to plead for mercy. This Duan Lingtian will definitely die. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. They all thought Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. From the beginning until the end, they did not associate Duan Lingtian with the two types of people that the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, had mentioned earlier. Subconsciously, they thought it was impossible. Even Lu Bai himself subconsciously felt the same way. If Duan Lingtian dies, how am I going to explain to my benefactor when I meet him in the future? Lu Bai, who was bound by Lu Gui's energy, had a terrible expression on his face. However, although he was anxious about Duan Lingtian's current situation, there was nothing he could do to help. With his strength, there was no way he could break free from Lu Gui's energy. Lu Gui was a martial monarch powerhouse. She was not someone he could compare to. How arrogant of you! Lu Gui heard Duan Lingtian's words as well. His eyes gleamed coldly. If Lu Yuan had not said that he would give Duan Lingtian time to leave behind his last words, Lu Gui would have attacked Duan Lingtian already. Duan Lingtian had said that in front of him. It was obvious that he did not respect him at all. You have 5 breaths of time left, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, his expression was a little ugly. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him to be so arrogant. If he had known earlier, he would not have given him the time to leave behind any last words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian extended his right hand and turned it so that his palm was facing up and the back of his hand was facing down. What's he doing? Most of the people present on the scene looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's action. They could not understand what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. You have 3 breaths of time left. Soon after, another 2 breaths of time had passed. Lu Yuan spoke again in a cold voice. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already maintained this action for 2 breaths. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Lu Yuan, leave him to me when the time is up, Lu Gui said indifferently. Lu Gui said nonchalantly. It was obvious he wanted to personally deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that he had no objections. 2 breaths of time left. This Duan Lingtian can be considered to have lived his life in vain if he can be killed by a Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouse. Do you think there's something wrong with Duan Lingtian's head? He's already at death's door, but not only is he not leaving behind any last words, he's even posing in such a strange way. Don't tell me he thinks Lu clan's Elder Yuan and Elder Gui will let him go because of this. How naive. Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius, a single slip that causes everlasting sorrow. He's going to die in the Lu clan today. God is jealous of his talent. I think he's just digging his own grave. He didn't have to kill the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but he still did. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves. Many of them felt that it would be a pity if Duan Lingtian died just like that. After all, not only did Duan Lingtian display a powerful innate talent in martial Dao, but his innate talent in medicine refinement seemed to be extraordinary as well. He could be considered as an all-around monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius, was facing a certain death because he had killed the Lu clan's lineal disciple. You have 1 more breath of time left, Lu Yuan spoke again. His voice was even colder now. His gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was emotionless. Humph. Lu Gui snorted softly. His robe fluttered in the wind. Waves of energy were quietly brewing, rising, and accumulating in his body. He was ready to strike in a breath's time to kill the purple-clad young man standing on the ground in front of him. The martial monarch powerhouse was accumulating his energy. Everyone present held their breaths as they watched quietly. Young master. Xiong Quan clenched his fists tightly. Although he believed in Duan Lingtian, He could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian due to the surrounding atmosphere. It seemed like Lu Gui would make his move in a breath's time. Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly spreading out his hands with a calm expression, finally had a change in his expression. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that was difficult to detect, and nobody noticed it. Time's up. Finally, a breath's time was up. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Gui in unison. They wanted to see him make his move on Duan Lingtian. However, they noticed that Lu Gui was hovering in the air without making any move. Chapter 1068. For a moment, everyone who was looking at Lu Gui followed her gaze to the other side. There was a purple-clad young man standing there. It was Duan Lingtian, the person Lu Gui was about to kill. This, however, the people who followed Lu Gui's gaze to look at Duan Lingtian were just like Lu Gui. They were dumbstruck. It was as though they had seen something that shocked them. What's wrong with them? Xiong Quan, who was worried about Duan Lingtian, glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at the others. He realized, including Lu Bai, the second young master of the Lu clan, other than him and Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin, everyone else looked at their young master in a daze. Could it be because of the flame that rose from young master's hand? Soon after, Xiong Quan seemed to have realized something. He stared at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. If there was anything different about his young master compared to before, it was just that there was a flame in his hand. Is that a pill fire? Xiong Quan could vaguely guess. However, he could not tell what grade the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand was. Duan Lingtian. He, Lu Bai, who was standing in the distance, felt the force restraining him disappear along with Lu Gui. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. He looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. To be more precise, he was looking at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. As the second young master of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, he could recognize the pill fire with just one glance. Purple pill fire with golden edges. Is that the violet gold pill fire? A grade 1 pill fire? Lu Bai's eyes narrowed. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. He did not expect this to happen even in his wildest dreams. Is that the violet gold pill fire? I think it's the violet gold pill fire. It's a grade 1 pill fire. An alchemist who can condense grade 1 pill fire is undoubtedly a grade 1 alchemist. This Duan Lingtian is a grade 1 alchemist. How is this possible? As Lu Bai came back to his senses, a small portion of the people present also came back to their senses one by one. Discussions broke out among them. Each and every one of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. At this moment, their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and awe. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of medicine refinement. They were in awe of Duan Lingtian's identity. Grade 1 alchemist. High up in the sky, the anger on the faces of the two old men, who were originally filled with rage and itching to kill Duan Lingtian, had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. Whoosh, whoosh. Then, they hurriedly flew down and landed in front of Duan Lingtian, staring blankly at the wisp of flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. It really is the violet gold pill fire, Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. His round, chubby face trembled. His little eyes widened as he exclaimed. Grade 1 pill fire, is he really a grade 1 alchemist? At this moment, Lu Gui, who was staring blankly at the purple flame with golden edges in Duan Lingtian's hand, muttered to himself. What? Elder Yuan and Elder Gui are worried that I'm faking it and pretending to be a grade 1 alchemist? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's words were like two giant hammers that slammed heavily on Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's chests. Their bodies trembled as they came back to their senses. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were the Lu clan's two great guardian elders. They were at the martial monarch stage. Now that they had confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was completely different. There was less disdain and more respect. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. As the guardian elders of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, they were influenced by the Lu clan's environment. They had a completely different feeling toward a Grade 1 alchemist compared to ordinary people. In their eyes, a Grade 1 alchemist was someone they had to look up to. They were not qualified to offend. Even if they were martial Monarch powerhouses, on the Cloud Continent, any Grade 1 alchemist had an extremely shocking influence. As long as a Grade 1 alchemist was willing, they only needed to promise that they could customize a Grade 1 spirit weapon for the person who killed them. That was enough to tempt many people who were stronger than them. At that time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism and even be annihilated. All in all, it was just one sentence. They could not afford to offend a Grade 1 alchemist. Of course, they did not immediately admit defeat after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist. It was not because they were afraid of getting into trouble. They were more concerned about the Lu clan. The Lu clan was an alchemist family. If they offended a Grade 1 alchemist, people would laugh their heads off and say that the Lu clan was as blind as a bat. If this Grade 1 alchemist really wanted to make a fuss with the Lu clan, even if the Lu clan was protected by a first-rate force in the inner land and could survive, they would still be in chaos. Of course, they could choose to take the risk and kill this Grade 1 alchemist who might not be as strong as them. However, they would have to face a crisis at any time. No matter how eccentric a Grade 1 alchemist was, it was impossible for him not to have helped someone refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon before. The network of connections developed by a Grade 1 alchemist was enough to cause chaos in the Lu clan as well. Once that happened, the two of them would be dead for sure. Nobody knew the influence of a Grade 1 alchemist better than the Lu clan. The Lu clan was able to survive for 10,000 years because of the dozens of Grade 1 alchemists in history. What? You're not going to kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered. We dare not. We dare not. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two martial Monarch powerhouses who were standing in the air and looking down at Duan Lingtian as if he was an ant, were terrified when they faced Duan Lingtian. They were like mice that saw a cat. Duan Lingtian is actually a Grade 1 alchemist. Oh my god, how old is he? Previously, he killed the Lu clan's elder, Lu Jiao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage with just a single blow. For him to possess such strength at such a young age, his innate talent in the martial Dao can be considered as monstrous. The problem is, other than his talent in martial Dao, his talent in refining medicine is even more monstrous. He's already a Grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. If I didn't know that it's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, I wouldn't believe he's a human like us. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. Their hearts were filled with shock as they discussed among themselves. How's this possible? The green-clad middle-aged man standing next to Lu Jiao's body was stunned. Like his two companions, he could not believe what he had just seen. Duan Lingtian is actually a Grade 1 alchemist. If one were to ask who among the people present, it would be none other than Huang Chun. Huang Chun and Duan Lingtian could be considered as friends. They had a good time interacting with each other. However, due to his wrong decision, he had ruined his friendship with Duan Lingtian. A single mistake could cause everlasting regret. There was nothing more to it than this. At this moment, even if Huang Chun was filled with regret, it was too late. It was too late. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Grade 1 alchemist. Young master is a Grade 1 alchemist. Xiong Quan's eyes lit up. His face was filled with joy. No wonder young master said he would be fine. He's a Grade 1 alchemist. A Grade 1 alchemist was one of the two types of people who could get away with killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked towards Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. You're actually a Grade 1 alchemist. You've really kept this a secret from me for a long time. Lu Bai's tone was filled with resentment when he spoke. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Lu Bai. I don't think you asked me, right? If I knew you were a Grade 1 alchemist, I wouldn't have to worry about you at all. Lu Bai smiled wryly. Earlier, his heart was in his mouth. He was worried that he would not be able to answer to his savior. After all, Duan Lingtian was with the person who saved his life. It was obvious the relationship between the two of them was not simple. That's right. I still remember. You told me earlier that the reason you came to our Lu clan this time is because you want to be a revered elder or an external elder in our Lu clan. Suddenly, Lu Bai seemed to have recalled something. He stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were standing not far away from Duan Lingtian, heard Lu Bai's words. Their eyes lit up immediately, and their faces were filled with joy. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. If this young man before them could become a revered elder or an interim elder of their Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be a blessing to the Lu clan. This was a Grade 1 alchemist. In the history of the Lu clan, the last Grade 1 alchemist could be traced back to almost 1,000 years ago. In the past few hundred years, there had never been a Grade 1 alchemist. Now that I heard the Lu clan's second young master's words, I remember. Duan Lingtian said he wanted to be a revered elder or an interim elder in the Lu clan. He did say that. I heard it too. However, at that time, I thought he was just bragging. Me too. I thought he was just bragging. After all, to be a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan, one has to be a martial monarch powerhouse or a Grade 2 alchemist or above. At that time, I didn't think he was qualified at all. Who would have thought that not only was he a Grade 2 alchemist or above, but he was also a Grade 1 alchemist? After being reminded by Lu Bai, many people recalled that Duan Lingtian had indeed said that. Master. Chapter 1069. Initially. When Duan Lingtian said he came to the Lu clan to become a revered elder or an interim advisor, Lu Su, like the others, thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. When Duan Lingtian ignored his and the Lu clan's second young master's advice and resolutely killed the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, the first thought that rose in Lu Su's mind was undoubtedly, Duan Lingtian is doomed. When the two Lu clan's guardian elders appeared and targeted Duan Lingtian for the death of the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, and the second young master, Lu Bai, failed to plead for mercy, Lu Su did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. When their Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Gui, was about to make his move to kill Duan Lingtian condensed a wisp of pill fire in the nick of time. Violet gold pill fire. Grade 1 pill fire. He forcefully revealed his noble identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and completely turned the situation around. Not only did he survive, but he also gained the respect of everyone present. Grade 1 alchemist. Just this title alone was equivalent to a death exemption card in front of a second-rate force like the Lu clan. Now, this terrifyingly young Grade 1 alchemist had the intention to join the Lu clan and become their Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor. How could he not be excited and excited? Once this Grade 1 alchemist joined the Lu clan, he might be able to ask some questions about medicine refinement since he was on the second young master's side. Perhaps, he might be able to make a breakthrough and become a Grade 2 alchemist with the guidance of this Grade 1 alchemist. There were many Grade 3 alchemists in the Lu clan, but there were only a handful of Grade 2 alchemists. Once he became a Grade 2 alchemist, it would mean that he would soar to the sky. Lu Su looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly, waiting for his response. Now, while he was feeling nervous, he kept praying. He could only hope that this first-grade medicine refinement master would not have any negative opinion of the Lu clan because of the unpleasant incident just now, and dispel the idea of becoming a guest elder of the Lu clan. Right now, Lu Su wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. Everyone in the Lu clan, including Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders, felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian, Lu Bai stared at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. After what happened earlier, I wonder if Master Duan Lingtian is still willing to join the Lu clan and become their interim advisor or revered elder. Everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. They were also filled with curiosity. Of course, most people's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. These people were very confident in their attainments in the medicine refinement Dao. They felt that they would definitely be able to pass the alchemist competition and join the Lu clan. Now, they subconsciously considered themselves as disciples of the Lu family with a different surname. In their opinion, If this first-grade medicine refinement master really became a guest elder of the Lu clan, perhaps they would have the opportunity to ask him some questions about the medicine refinement Dao in the future. Perhaps I should reconsider. Just now, those two wanted to take my life. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Bai, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui again. His eyes narrowed subconsciously, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Lu Bai's expression changed when he heard this. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui, I hope the two of you will apologize to Duan Lingtian. If the Lu clan loses a first-grade medicine refinement master because of your rudeness, you'll be the sinners of the Lu clan. Lu Bai looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui immediately and shouted at them, disregarding the situation. Currently, he had completely disregarded Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's high status in the Lu clan. All he knew was that he had to make Duan Lingtian stay and become a guest elder of the Lu clan. If it was any other time, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would definitely be displeased if Lu Bai shouted at them in public. However, they were not displeased at all today. Moreover, as soon as Lu Bai finished speaking, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui had already bowed to Duan Lingtian tacitly and said in unison, "Please forgive us, Master. If Master is willing to join our Lu clan, both of us will definitely do our best to fulfill your orders. Even if Master wants to punish us, we won't say a word." A first-grade medicine refinement master was too important to the Lu clan. Due to this reason, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, were willing to bow and apologize to Duan Lingtian, a first-grade medicine refinement master. It seems like the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history and strength is not entirely because of the protection from the first-rate forces in the inner land. It's really rare for the Lu clan to go this far for the sake of the Lu clan. That's right. As Lu clan's guardian elders and martial monarch powerhouses, they're willing to bow and scrape in order to get a first-grade medicine refinement master for the Lu clan. Not many forces martial monarch powerhouses can do this. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves as they praised the Lu clan's courage. At the same time, they stared at Duan Lingtian intently. They wanted to know if Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would be willing to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor since they were so sincere. Suddenly, the air in the distance stirred. Following that, a loud voice resonated in the air. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, together with guardian elder Lu Ji, and a group of elders, greets Master Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong and handsome middle-aged man in a green robe and an old man in a red robe walked side by side. They brought more than 10 old men and middle-aged men with them. In just a blink of an eye, they landed on the ground and stood next to Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. They looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. It's the clan leader of Lu clan. There's another guardian elder from Lu clan as well. Oh my god! The patriarch of the Lu clan and the 3 guardian elders had all arrived. It's rare to see such a scene. All of this is because of Master Duan Lingtian. A first-grade medicine refinement master means a lot to the Lu clan. The Lu clan will definitely fight for him at all costs. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Their words pushed Duan Lingtian's status as a first-grade medicine refinement master to a whole new level. Clan leader Lu, Elder Lu Ji. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he greeted Lu Rui and Lu Ji. Then, he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders behind them and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the arrival of the group of Lu clan's senior officials. As soon as he revealed his grade 1 pill fire, he noticed the Lu clan's man who had called Lu Yuan and Lu Ji over had left quietly. It was obvious that the group of senior officials led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was also called over by him. Master Duan is really a rare genius. Not only is his martial Dao cultivation base extraordinary, but he has also achieved great things in the medicine refinement Dao. He's already a grade 1 medicine refinement master. How admirable, Lu Rui praised. His words came from the bottom of his heart without any facade. Such a young man with extraordinary martial Dao cultivation base and a grade 1 medicine refinement master. Even though he was the clan leader of Lu clan, he could not help but feel shocked. Master Duan, please forgive the Lu clan's juniors for offending you. If Master Duan doesn't mind, please come to our Lu clan's estate for a chat. We'll definitely treat Master Duan as a VIP and offer you an apology gift." Lu Ji added. The moment Lu Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present knew the ins and outs of today's matter clearly. Duan Lingtian had first killed a Lu clan's elder and then killed the Lu clan's third young master. It was fine if it was the former, but the latter was a noble lineal disciple of the Lu clan. He was not someone who could be killed just like that. Even if Duan Lingtian was in the right today, it was still not enough. It was precisely because of this that the two Lu clan's guardian elders had arrived and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian without asking for the reason. However, after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist, there was an earth-shattering change in all of this. First, the two Lu clan's guardian elders apologized sincerely. Then, the clan leader of Lu clan and another guardian elder led the group of Lu clan's elders to the scene. Guardian elder Lu Ji was the representative to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they even wanted to treat Duan Lingtian, the person who had killed their Lu clan's lineal disciple, as a VIP and offer him an apology gift. Everyone present felt like they could not keep up with the development of the situation. When they finally regained their senses, they were enlightened. They knew all this was because Duan Lingtian had revealed his identity after he had condensed a Grade 1 pill fire. Grade 1 Medicine Refinement Master, Clan Leader, Elder Ji. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked up to Lu Rui and Lu Ji and whispered something. When he spoke, Lu Rui and Lu Ji's eyes lit up. They were pleasantly surprised. It seems like the Lu clan's second young master has told the clan leader that Master Duan intends to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder or revered elder. That must be it. Many people speculated secretly. What happened next proved that they had guessed correctly. Master Duan, if you're willing to join our Lu clan, we're willing to make you the first foreign elder. In the future, if Master Duan needs anything, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, cupped his hands and bowed to Duan Lingtian as he said sincerely, "Master Duan, please join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder." Then, the Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Ji, led the group of Lu clan's elders and bowed respectfully. They invited Duan Lingtian to become the Lu clan's foreign elder with the highest position. At this moment, Lu Bai, Lu Su, Lu Yuan, and Lu Gui bowed and said, "Master Duan, please join the Lu clan." Everyone from the Lu clan bowed and sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lu clan. The scene fell into a dead silence again. For the people present. Chapter 1070. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s made the high-ranking officials of the Lu clan, one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountainland, bow to him. They only wanted to invite him to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's first interim advisor. Faced with the sincere invitation from the Lu clan's senior officials, Duan Lingtian remained calm. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. It was as though he was not the one who was invited. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the words that the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, said earlier. If Master Duan needs anything in the future, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. Was this not the reason he came to the Lu clan? Since the clan leader of Lu clan and the elders are so sincere, and Lu Bai is my friend, it would be unreasonable for me to reject them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth slowly. Initially, he was just going with the flow, but now, he was doing Lu Bai a favor. He agreed. As expected. The moment his words left his mouth, the Lu clan's high-ranking officials turned to look at Lu Bai, making him the center of attention. "Lu Bai, you're very good." The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, nodded slightly as he looked at Lu Bai. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. For a moment, Lu Bai could not help but feel a little terrified. Although he was the second young master of the Lu clan, he was only ranked second among the direct descendants of the Lu clan. In terms of relationship, the clan leader of Lu clan was only his uncle. The direct descendants of Lu clan were ranked according to their age. Up until now, they were already ranked in the 20s. Lu Bai was ranked second, the second young master of Lu clan. The next successor to the clan leader of Lu clan would be chosen from the 20 of them. Up until now, the people who had the highest chance of inheriting the Lu clan's business were none other than Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, and the first young master of Lu clan, Lu Song. Now that Lu Bai was praised by the clan leader of Lu clan, it meant he was one step closer to becoming the next clan leader. When the second young master was very young, I could already tell he was not as simple as he seemed. He was a talented general. It seems like I was right. This time, he can be considered to have won over a great benefactor for our Lu clan. With the relationship between second young master and Master Duan, if he were to inherit the position of patriarch in the future, why would our Lu family worry about not prospering? You're right. At this moment, many of the Lu clan's elders began to flatter Lu Bai. The elder who was originally on Lu Bai's side took advantage of the opportunity and bluntly said that Lu Bai would bring benefits to the Lu clan if he became the next clan leader. As for the elders who stood on the side of the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song, they looked at each other and smiled wryly. If it was any other time, when they heard these sworn enemies flatter the second young master Lu Bai like this, they would definitely mock and ridicule him. But now, they didn't dare to do so. Who knew if that great Master Duan would flick his sleeves and leave because of their lack of tact? After all, he was a friend of the second young master, Lu Bai, and they seemed to have a good relationship. They did not want to become the sinner of the Lu family, so they could only shut their mouths obediently. At the same time, some of them broke out in cold sweat as they thought about whether they should abandon their old master and pledge their allegiance to the second young master, Lu Bai. After all, the current second young master, Lu Bai, had become a grade 1 alchemist. His status in the Lu clan was destined to rise. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders with the highest position in the Lu clan would pay more attention to him since he was in a weaker position in the past. When he heard the Lu clan's elders who were neutral in the past and did not stand on his side and Lu Song's side flattering him, it was obvious that they were going to pledge their allegiance. Lu Bai could not help but smile wryly to himself. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's words would be more useful than his 10 years of operation. He had only managed to get some of the Lu clan's elders to side with him after 10 years of operation. Lu Bai felt relieved when he thought about it again. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist after all. To the Lu clan, he was a high and mighty existence that could not be disrespected. One could imagine. If he was a grade 1 alchemist, he would not have to compete with Lu Song anymore. Even if he wanted the current clan leader to step down and become the clan leader immediately, no one in the Lu clan would have any objections, let alone the fact that he did not have to fight with Lu Song. In the Lu clan, no matter who it was, once they broke through and became a grade 1 alchemist, their status in the Lu clan would be above everyone else. If he said 1, no one in the Lu clan would dare to say 2. This included the clan leader and the other martial monarch powerhouses in the Lu clan. The Lu clan had been passed down for 10,000 years. The earliest rule passed down from their ancestors was this: a grade 1 alchemist, regardless of whether he was a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, had a high status that was above everyone in the Lu clan. The descendants were not allowed to disobey. Perhaps, it was because of this that the Lu clan's members reacted like a mouse that saw a cat when they saw a grade 1 alchemist. But I think I killed the 3rd young master of the Lu clan earlier. I don't think I'll be punished after I become the Lu clan's interim elder, right? Duan Lingtian's words came out of nowhere when the Lu clan's members were still excited. It was as though he had poured a bucket of cold water on the Lu clan's members who were taking a hot bath. This caused them to tremble all over, and with a start, they came back to their senses. Of course not. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was the first to snap back to reality. He shook his head and expressed his opinion. That kid, Lu Huai, has always been a troublemaker. I think if he didn't take the initiative to offend you, Elder Duan, you wouldn't have killed him. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, who was standing next to Lu Rui, chimed in. Lu Ji had already addressed Duan Lingtian as Elder Duan. From the moment Duan Lingtian agreed to become the Lu clan's interim elder, he was already an elder of the Lu clan with a high status. It was just as Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, had said. He was the Lu clan's first interim elder. In terms of status, Even Lu Rui had to be respectful to him and did not dare to slight him. With his current status in the Lu clan, to a certain extent, he was above everyone else. That's right. That kid, Lu Huai, didn't look like a good person in the past. Elder Duan, you did the right thing by killing him. You've gotten rid of a scourge for our Lu clan. Another guardian elder, Lu Yuan, chimed in. That's right, Elder Duan. We can't thank you enough for getting rid of the scourge for the Lu clan. How could we possibly punish you? Previously, Guardian Elder Lu Gui, who was still clamoring about personally attacking Duan Lingtian and killing him to avenge Lu Huai, had a completely different expression now. The speed at which he changed his expression stunned everyone present. However, no one dared to say a single word of gossip. What a joke! They were not like Duan Lingtian, who was a grade 1 alchemist. If they dared to gossip about the Lu clan's guardian elder, he might not be able to make a move on them due to his reputation. However, he would definitely not let them go once he had the chance. If the Cloud Continent is compared to the starry sky and the people on the Cloud Continent are compared to the stars in the starry sky, young Master is undoubtedly the brightest star. Xiong Quan stood in the distance with a big smile on his face. He was proud to be able to follow such a young master. However, when he thought about it again, he could not help but feel a little discouraged when he thought about his insignificant strength. With his current strength, he could not help the young master at all. He could only drag him down. Hopefully, I'll be able to elevate my strength by relying on the Lu clan this time. According to young master, other than using spirit fruits to elevate my cultivation base, I can also elevate the sword concept that I've comprehended with the profound assimilation formation. At this moment, Xiong Quan recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to him not long ago. This Lu clan must have spirit fruits and that profound assimilation formation or something, right? Xiong Quan was a little anxious when he thought about this. That's good then. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the Lu clan's senior officials would not punish him after he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, he was still secretly pleased when he heard what they said. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect his identity as a grade 1 alchemist to be so useful. Of course, this is also because the Lu clan is an alchemist clan. If it was other clans like the Lu clan, they might not be so polite to me. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Elder Duan, you must be tired from the journey. Please go into the mansion to rest. Lu Rui greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically before he looked at Lu Bai. Let Lu Bai bring you there. There's no hurry. I still want to watch the alchemist competition. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although it was impossible for him to participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan, he was still very interested in watching from the side. This was the first time he had ever seen an alchemist competition in his life. He was curious and looking forward to it. He was curious about how the winner of the alchemist competition would be decided. He was also curious about the level of the alchemists from the foreign lands. He was looking forward to seeing the group of alchemists present. It was his first time seeing so many alchemists. Since you're so interested, Elder Duan, we'll accompany you. Lu Rui smiled at Duan Lingtian. The Lu clan's senior officials nodded one by one. They did not have any objections, and they did not dare to have any objections. Clan leader, elders, I'm just looking around. All of you should go back and rest first. Duan Lingtian could not take it when he saw the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, leading the group of senior officials being so enthusiastic. Elder Duan, the reason why we want to stay is because we want to see you evaluate the level of these little fellows. I think since you're here, you'll be the main judge of the alchemist competition. Lu Ji smiled at Duan Lingtian. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the smile on his face seemed like the smile of an old fox. That's right, Elder Duan. We want to see you evaluate these little fellows. Chapter 1071. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the group of Lu clan's elders chimed in one after another before Duan Lingtian could even refuse. Duan Lingtian did not even have the chance to refuse. At the same time, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and the other two Lu clan's guardian elders were also looking at him expectantly. How could he refuse? Of course, if he was really determined to refuse, he could still refuse. However, when he thought about the benefits he would receive from the Lu clan in the future, he dismissed the thought of refusing. "I'll join in the fun then." Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed to it. To him, being the main judge of the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan was not stressful at all. Moreover, he would be able to observe the alchemists' techniques up close. Although he had never seriously studied the medicine refinement Tao, the memory of refining medicine left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu was enough for him to do whatever he wanted on Cloud Continent. In fact, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was a royal grade alchemist who was superior to a grade 1 alchemist. As someone who had merged with the memory of a royal grade alchemist, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to evaluate the medicine refinement skills of a group of grade 5 and grade 6 alchemists. Duan Lingtian initially wanted to refuse because he was afraid of trouble. However, even if he was afraid of trouble, he had no choice but to accept it. As the saying went, when you eat from someone, you have to admit it. Although he had not received any benefits from the Lu clan yet, he would definitely do so in the future. After all, that was the main reason he joined the Lu clan. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a loud voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he could not help but look at the person who had shouted, "Lu Bai." Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized the person who had shouted was the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. Lu Bai had shouted at the 3 middle-aged men who were sneaking away. When Duan Lingtian followed Lu Bai's gaze and saw the 3 people, he recognized them at a glance. These 3 people were none other than the 3 middle-aged men who had insulted Feng Tianwu lying in the ice coffin outside the Lu family. They had been injured by him at that time. In the end, the 3 of them wanted to seek revenge. The green-clad middle-aged man colluded with the Lu clan's elder, Lu Jiao, to expel him from the alchemist competition. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. In the end, even Lu Jiao died at his hands. After that, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with the 3 of them. Naturally, it was also because he was busy dealing with the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, that he did not have the time to bother with them. Now that everything had come to an end, he had become the Lu clan's interim elder as he wished. The 3 middle-aged men clearly wanted to leave after seeing that he had gained the upper hand. However, was there such a good thing in the world? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at the 3 middle-aged men. His face darkened slightly. When Lu Bai shouted, everyone present, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the 3 of them. The 3 of them froze as though they had turned into statues. "Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian." Soon after, one of them turned around and knelt on the ground with a thud. He kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and begged for mercy. "Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. This has nothing to do with me." The other person kneeled and kowtowed as well. Now, only the green-clad middle-aged man was left. He turned around and stood there, glaring at Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his uncle, with hatred. "Humph! Do you think you can stare at Elder Duan with your filthy eyes?" At that moment, a loud shout reverberated in the air. Then, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of wind blowing past him. It was obvious that someone had brushed past him. The speed was so fast that he could not react in time. Boom! When he regained his senses, he immediately heard a loud explosion. Then, he saw a figure that resembled a bamboo pole where the green-clad middle-aged man was standing. It was none other than Lu Gui, one of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders. In the air not far from Lu Gui, the blood mist dispersed, and the green-clad middle-aged man disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the green-clad middle-aged man was dead. The green-clothed middle-aged man was already dead, killed by Lu Gui's power. The blood mist that filled the sky was left behind after his body exploded. Lu Gui, the Lu clan's guardian elder, was a martial monarch powerhouse. He had killed the green-clad middle-aged man effortlessly. He did not even have the time to use the heaven and earth energy before the green-clad middle-aged man was gone. He had completely disappeared from this world. "Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. Spare our lives, Elder Gui. Spare our lives, Elder Gui." The remaining 2 middle-aged men were horrified when they saw their companion was gone. They kowtowed and begged for mercy with fear in their eyes. Soon, their heads were bleeding. "Elder Duan, how should we deal with them?" Lu Gui turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian with a forced smile on his face. However, his face was so skinny that it looked worse when he smiled than when he cried. "Whatever." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said nonchalantly. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and did not look at the 2 middle-aged men anymore. He ignored them as though they were invisible. Lu Gui was stunned before he looked at the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. "Those who offended Elder Duan don't deserve to live in this world." Lu Rui's tone was calm and emotionless. No, the moment Lu Rui's words left his mouth, the 2 middle-aged men who were kneeling on the ground trembled. They raised their heads abruptly, and their expressions changed drastically. Boom! Almost as soon as they raised their heads, a loud explosion reverberated in the air like a thunderclap. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they followed in the green-clad middle-aged man's footsteps and turned into a blood mist that filled the air. They completely disappeared from this world. Gasp! 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 For a moment, the group of alchemists who came to participate in the alchemist competition could not help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. After Elder Duan joined the Lu clan, his position in the Lu clan is even higher than the clan leader of Lu clan. Someone could not help but exclaim, "This is normal. After all, he's a grade 1 alchemist. Some people must be regretting it to death right now, right?" Many people whispered among themselves. Some of them could not help but look at a middle-aged man who was standing nearby. The middle-aged man stood there with a grave expression on his face. "I remember this person. He had a good chat with Duan Lingtian and became friends with him." However, when Duan Lingtian was targeted by the Lu clan's elder, Lu Jiao, he avoided Duan Lingtian like he was the plague. "I remember him too. At that time, he said he didn't know Duan Lingtian." In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist and rose to the top. If he didn't do that, he might have risen to the top along with Duan Lingtian. That's fate. Some people don't lack opportunities, but they can only watch and sigh in the end because they didn't seize them. More and more people began to discuss among themselves. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at the middle-aged man. Some of them even had a gloating expression on their faces. The middle-aged man was none other than Huang Chun. As Huang Chun stood there, the discussions around him pierced his ears like sharp needles, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. These discussions were undoubtedly tearing at his scars. His heart was already filled with regret. When he heard these people's mockery, it was like adding fuel to the fire, causing him to feel even more remorseful. Why did I do that? If I didn't do that, I might be able to join the Lu clan and become a Lu clan's disciple without participating in the alchemist competition. At the same time, his heart was filled with self-blame. Whoosh! In the end, he could no longer endure it. He soared into the air and disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was obvious he did not want to participate in the alchemist competition anymore. Duan Lingtian saw Huang Chun's departure, but he was not affected at all. He could understand why Huang Chun had abandoned him earlier to protect himself. However, Huang Chun later said he did not know him. When Huang Chun said those words, he acted as though he did not know Huang Chun at all. Therefore, he was not affected by Huang Chun's departure. The alchemist competition has begun. The people present on the scene snapped back to their senses and stopped discussing Huang Chun who had just left. It's about to begin. In the history of the Lu clan's alchemist competition, I don't think there has ever been a grade 1 alchemist referee. Even if I'm eliminated today, it's not a waste to come here today. Being eliminated by a tier 1 alchemist, even if news of this were to spread, it would be enough to make people jealous. The group of alchemists discussed excitedly. Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he heard the discussion. As for the Lu clan's high-ranking officials, they could understand this. Even if they were in the shoes of the alchemists who came to participate in the alchemist competition, they would also think the same. Soon after, the alchemist competition began. The alchemist competition was divided into the preliminary round, the semifinals, and the final round. Half of the people would be eliminated in the preliminary round. The remaining 30 people would be eliminated in the semifinals. They would be the ones who could join the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people, and they would be rewarded by the Lu clan. In the alchemist competition, regardless of whether it was the preliminary round, the semifinals, or the final round, a group of people would refine the same pills. In the end, the chief judge, Duan Lingtian, would personally examine the pills. In the past, the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan would only examine the purity of the pills. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, would not stop there. Apart from examining the purity of the pills refined by a group of people, he would also observe the profundity of their techniques and determine who was better. In the beginning, it was not a big deal for Duan Lingtian to do this during the preliminary round. However, when it came to the semifinals, there were people who were dissatisfied. Elder Duan, the purity of the pills he refined is obviously not as good as mine. Why did he advance while I was eliminated? Chapter 1072. The crowd was in an uproar when the alchemist questioned Duan Lingtian. Someone dared to question a grade 1 alchemist. Everyone, including Xiong Quan, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian before they shifted their attention to the identical pills on the table in front of the two alchemists. The purity of the pills he refined is indeed higher than that person. Why did Elder Duan eliminate him and allow the other person to advance? The group of alchemists participating in the competition was puzzled. What's going on? They were not the only ones who were puzzled. Even the group of Lu clan members led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was puzzled. Some of them were not alchemists, but they were from alchemist clans. Even if they were not alchemists, they could still distinguish the purity of the pills. They could tell. The purity of the medicinal pill refined by the alchemist who questioned Duan Lingtian was indeed higher. Elder Duan, I'm indeed not as good as him in terms of pill purity. The alchemist who was allowed to advance by Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a wry smile on his face. The moment he said that, the alchemist who questioned Duan Lingtian became even more smug. Elder Duan, I know you're a grade 1 alchemist, and I'm not as good as you in terms of refining pills. However, your taste seems to be what? Before the alchemist could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. At the same time, he glanced at the alchemist nonchalantly. Do you think you're better than him in terms of refining pills just because you can refine pills with higher purity? Or perhaps, the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan is only a competition of pill purity and not a competition of refining pills? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at the group of Lu clan members led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. It was obvious he was asking them. Of course, refining pills of the same type would be judged based on purity. Otherwise, what else can we judge based on? The alchemist who was interrupted by Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, Do all of you think so as well? Duan Lingtian glanced at the participating alchemists before he shifted his gaze to the group of Lu clan members. Soon after, he received his answer. Whether it was the participating alchemists or the group of Lu clan members, all of them nodded. It was obvious they thought so as well. We're interested to know if Elder Duan has other methods to judge the level of refining pills. Perhaps, Elder Duan will surprise us. Lu Rui said loudly. The reason he said this was because he saw the confidence and fearlessness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He subconsciously believed that Duan Lingtian had other methods to judge the level of medicine refinement. As soon as Duan Lingtian immediately. Young. At this moment, even Xiong Quan was looking at Duan Lingtian in anticipation. He believed Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian to. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he withdrew his gaze from the crowd. If someone else had said this, they would have been torn to shreds as soon as they finished speaking. However, when these words came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth, they found it hard to believe. At the same time, they were anticipating what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. However, they soon realized Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. The two of you, refine that medicinal pill again. This time, I will teach the two of you a little trick. This little trick can increase the purity of the pills you refine to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the two alchemists next to him. When you refine the pills, subsequently, Duan Lingtian revealed his little trick on the spot without any hesitation. His words were clearly heard by everyone present, as if he was not worried at all about revealing this secret in front of so many people. Press your palm on the cauldron, and when the cauldron produces the pills, the pill fire in your palm will form a barrier that allows the pills to pass through. This was the trick Duan Lingtian told them. This trick was normal to Duan Lingtian, but it was new to the other alchemists. All right, I'll refine according to Elder Duan's instructions. If the purity of the medicinal pill I refine this time surpasses his again, what will you say, Elder Duan? The alchemist who was not convinced asked Duan Lingtian. If you can defeat him again, he'll be eliminated, and you'll advance. Duan Lingtian said casually. His eyes were calm as though he did not think this alchemist would be able to defeat the other alchemist. Elder Duan, you have so much confidence in me. The other alchemist was greatly shaken. In an instant, his expression became incomparably solemn and serious. Then, he took a deep breath and said seriously to Duan Lingtian, Elder Duan, I won't disappoint you. There's no need to be nervous. Just maintain your previous standard. Of course, remember to use the little trick I told you earlier. Although the purity of the pills won't increase by much, it won't be little either. That's right, Duan Lingtian said. Yes. The alchemist nodded seriously. Let's begin. Duan Lingtian said again. The two alchemists immediately perked up and began to refine pills. This time, everyone was watching them refine pills. Not only did it increase the pressure on them, but they also wanted to defeat each other to advance to the next round. As long as they advanced, they would be able to join the Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. Time continued to pass by quietly. Soon, an hour had passed. Smack. The alchemist whose pill's purity was not as high as the other alchemist was the first to stop. He pressed his palm on the cauldron and sent the pill flying out of the cauldron. During this process, he remembered the little trick Duan Lingtian had told him earlier. Pill fire shot out from his palm and formed a barrier around the mouth of the cauldron. Whoosh! A pill flew out and passed through the pill fire on the mouth of the cauldron before he caught it in his hand. The pill was done. Smack! At this moment, the alchemist whose pill's purity was higher than the other alchemists and who was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's judgment also stopped and took out his pill. Two identical pills appeared in the air. However, when the two alchemists looked at the pills in their hands and then looked at the pills in the other's open palm, their eyes widened at the same time. An inexplicable shock appeared on their faces. How's this possible? No. This is impossible. The alchemist who was dissatisfied earlier turned pale. He kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe what was happening before his eyes was real. All this was because he realized that the pill's purity had only increased by less than 5% compared to before. On the other hand, the pill in his opponent's hand had increased by almost 10%. Almost 10%. What kind of concept was that? It completely destroyed him. This is too amazing. The other alchemist's eyes lit up. Disbelief was written all over his face. He felt that everything that was happening before his eyes was unbelievable. The same little trick, after he used it, actually increased the purity of the pill by nearly 10%. On the other hand, the pill's purity had only increased by less than 5%. Impossible. You must have taught him some other trick. That must be it. The alchemist pointed at Duan Lingtian and said unwillingly, I taught him some other trick. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian laughed. It was a laugh without any warning. After laughing for a while, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you want to let the other alchemists give it a try? In the end, the other alchemists who had advanced to the semifinals and had not been eliminated began to refine pills using the little trick Duan Lingtian had taught them. After they successfully refined the medicinal pill, they discovered a strange thing. Among these alchemists, a portion of them refined pills whose purity had only increased by 5% compared to before, while a portion of them refined pills whose purity had increased by more than 10% compared to before. Now, do you still think that I taught him some other trick? Duan Lingtian looked at the alchemist, who was dissatisfied. His voice was calm and emotionless. The alchemist's face turned green when he heard this. However, he did not say anything. He knew that he was overthinking things. Why? In the end, the alchemist was still dissatisfied. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian was naturally very clear about what this alchemist wanted to ask. Everyone from the Lu clan, including the clan leader of the Lu clan, and the other alchemists around them were also looking at him with a puzzled expression. It was obvious that they wanted to know the answer as well. It's because of the pill fire. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian gave his answer. It had to be said that his answer was beyond everyone's expectations. The problem lies with the pill fire? That's not right. I'm a grade 5 alchemist, and the pill fire that I condensed is a grade 5 pill fire. However, the pills that I refined using the little trick only increased by less than 5%. Although I'm only a grade 6 alchemist, and the pill fire that I condensed is not as good as yours. However, I managed to increase the pill's purity by 10% through the little trick. What's going on? The group of alchemists was puzzled. Some grade 6 alchemists had a greater increase in purity than some grade 5 alchemists. There were also some grade 6 alchemists who did not improve as much as grade 5 alchemists. It's not because of the grade of the pill fire, but the purity of the pill fire itself. Usually, the pill fire that an alchemist who made it in one go would be coarser and less pure. On the other hand, the pill fire that an alchemist who made it in one go would be more refined and purer. Through the little trick that I mentioned earlier, the former can increase the pill's purity by 1 level. However, the latter is slightly weaker. Duan Lingtian patiently explained to the group of people who were looking at him curiously. The scene fell into a dead silence at once. Everyone began to ponder. Elder Duan is indeed a grade 1 alchemist. He can even figure out such a little trick. Chapter 1073. Now, do you have any more questions? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the alchemist who doubted him. If he did not use the pill fire to refine the pills, the purity of the pills refined by this alchemist was indeed higher than the other alchemist. However, the results were the opposite when the pill fire was used to refine the pills. From the beginning of the alchemist competition, Duan Lingtian did not use the purity of the pills to determine the level of the alchemists. Apart from the purity of the pills, he also looked at the purity of the pill fire. The higher the purity of the pill fire, the more potential an alchemist had. He knew this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The alchemist who was unconvinced was ashamed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He nodded apologetically at Duan Lingtian before he flew away in disappointment. Thank you, Elder Duan. On the other hand, the other alchemist was excited. He did not think he would be able to pass the semifinals and advance to the finals. Moreover, he had become a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan. In the alchemist competition, those who could pass the semifinals and advance to the finals were bound to join the Lu clan. You don't have to thank me. It's because your refining skills are good. With your talent, as long as you continue to work hard, it won't be difficult for you to become a grade 3 alchemist in the future. Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. Grade 3 alchemist? Can I really do that? The alchemist asked excitedly. He was only a grade 6 alchemist now. He did not even dare to think about whether he could become a grade 3 alchemist in the future. That will depend on your hard work. You may leave now and wait for the finals. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. The alchemist left respectfully when he heard this. At the same time, the surrounding gazes that were directed at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. This was a grade 1 alchemist. With just a few words, he had turned the tables on an alchemist who was originally in a disadvantageous position and advanced to the finals. No wonder it's written in the handbook left behind by the clan's ancestor. There's no mediocre grade 1 alchemist. It seems like it's true. One of the Lu clan's elders exclaimed. He was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's method. Of course. People who can become grade 1 alchemists, which one of them isn't said to be a peerless talent in the Tao of alchemy? Another elder from the Lu clan said. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's actions earlier had won the admiration of the group of alchemists participating in the alchemist competition. At the same time, he had also intimidated the group of Lu clan's people led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. After Duan Lingtian's performance, no one dared to question him anymore. The semi-finals of the alchemist competition quickly came to an end. Only the 30 most outstanding alchemists remained. However, most of the alchemists that were eliminated didn't leave. Instead, they waited with great interest for the finals that was about to arrive. To them, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to learn. The scene of so many outstanding alchemists refining medicine together was not common. Perhaps they could get some inspiration from one of the alchemists and improve their attainments in the Tao of medicine refinement. The finals began as scheduled. The 30 disciples of the Lu family who were not surnamed Lu left the stage one by one. As the main referee, Duan Lingtian was responsible for patrolling the stage. With Duan Lingtian, a grade 1 alchemist, holding the stage, the other referees, including Lu Su, knew their place. They stood still and watched from afar, not daring to disturb Duan Lingtian. As time went by, the 30 alchemists began to refine the pills. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian commented on the pills that each alchemist refined. Regardless of the length of his comments, each alchemist was convinced. During the process of commenting, Duan Lingtian's knowledge in the Tao of medicine refinement shocked everyone once again. It seems like our Lu clan has really picked up a treasure this time. I'm afraid an ordinary grade 1 alchemist is not even worthy of carrying Elder Duan's shoes in terms of theory. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was a grade 2 alchemist. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's knowledge, he could not suppress his excitement. His whispers were clearly heard by the Lu clan members, causing them to be dumbstruck. Clan leader. Do you mean even our Alchemist Guild's main guild in the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild is not as good as Elder Duan in terms of theory? Lu Yuan's small eyes widened, and a hint of shock could be seen on his chubby face. Guild leader Cheng, I've visited him a few times. Although he's also a grade 1 alchemist, his understanding of the Tao of medicine refinement is not as thorough as Elder Duan. This was the answer Lu Rui came to after comparing the two. At once, everyone in Lu clan fell into a dead silence. They naturally knew who the President Cheng that the clan head mentioned was. He was the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. He was a noble grade 1 alchemist. Cloud Continent was divided into the inner land and the outer land with the Ruo Shui River as the boundary. The northern mountain land where the Lu clan was located in the outer land to the south of Cloud Continent. This area was also known as the southern outer land. Speaking of which, whether it was the Dark Han dynasty where Duan Lingtian was from or the northern desert land, they were both part of the southern outer land. In the past, I only knew that guild leader Cheng was the only grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land. However, it seems like that's not the case. That's right. As it turns out, there's a monstrous grade 1 alchemist like Elder Duan in the southern outer land. In terms of age, Elder Duan is much younger than guild leader Cheng. He's young, but his medicine refinement skills are not weak. Moreover, even the clan leader who has spoken with guild leader Cheng thinks that guild leader Cheng is not as good as Elder Duan. The group of Lu clan's elders whispered among themselves. Soon after, their eyes landed on the purple figure in the distance in unison. That young man had become even more unfathomable in their eyes. Duan Lingtian, Lu Bai had a wide smile on his face. Ever since Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, apart from being surprised, there was only a smile on his face. It did not cross his mind at all. Not long ago, he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be executed by the Lu clan. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had become the most popular person in the Lu clan. Clan leader, you have such a high opinion of Elder Duan. Are you confident that you can become a grade 1 alchemist with his guidance? Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, asked solemnly as he looked at Lu Rui. Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, had shown outstanding talent in medicine refinement since he was young. The Lu clan's patriarch thought that he had the highest chance of becoming a grade 1 alchemist in the past 100 years. There's a chance. Lu Rui's eyes flickered. A look of anticipation appeared on his face as his eyes sparkled. Gasp! 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 The moment Lu Rui's words left his mouth, the sound of people inhaling sharply was heard. The group of Lu clan's high-ranking officials, including the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, inhaled sharply. Lu Rui's reply completely shocked them. Their eyes shone brightly when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. It was as though he was not a person but a peerless piece of art. It was easy for people to be mesmerized by him. However, Duan Lingtian was currently commenting on the alchemists who were participating in the alchemist competition's finals. He did not notice their gazes. Soon after, he listed the 30 alchemists' rankings. None of the 30 alchemists had any objections to the rankings. Elder Lu Su, I'll leave the rest to you. After he was done, Duan Lingtian returned to Xiongquan's side and told Lu Su. Lu Su immediately responded and did not dare to delay. He looked at the 30 alchemists and was ready to announce the rewards that the Lu clan had decided on previously. However, before Lu Su could speak, someone could not help but ask, I wonder if the top 3 in the alchemist competition will be able to receive Elder Duan's guidance. According to the rewards that the Lu clan had decided on previously, the top 3 in the alchemist competition would be able to receive guidance from the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemists. Today, the Lu clan had a new interim advisor. Moreover, he was a grade 1 alchemist who was knowledgeable in medicine refinement. This made the top 3 alchemists in the alchemist competition feel tempted. The person who asked the question was the person who ranked second in the alchemist competition. It's not a good thing to be too greedy. Lu Su took a deep look at the alchemist. However, he did not give a decisive answer. Instead, he turned to look at the clan leader, Lu Rui. Elder Duan must be tired from the journey. Lu Bai, bring Elder Duan and that brother to rest. Lu Rui did not seem to notice Lu Su's gaze as he looked at Lu Bai. Yes. Lu Bai replied respectfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Xiongquan, let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiongquan before he brought the ice coffin with him and left with Lu Bai. Before he left, he glanced at the Lu clan's senior officials and nodded at them as a form of greeting. The Lu clan's senior officials, including the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders, responded with a smile. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a treasure. Elder Duan was a treasure that could help the Lu clan produce another grade 1 alchemist. Duan Lingtian's departure disappointed the top 3 alchemists in the alchemist competition. Work hard after joining the Lu clan and strive to stand out in the Lu clan. At that time, you might be able to receive guidance from Elder Duan. At this moment, Lu Rui looked at the 30 Lu clan's foreign disciples and said nonchalantly. Lu Rui's words caused the 30 people's eyes to brighten immediately. Their faces were filled with anticipation. However, the Lu clan's senior officials were well aware of this. With Elder Duan's ability to guide their clan leader in medicine refinement, even the other grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan would fight for Elder Duan's guidance. Apart from the few grade 2 alchemists, the Lu clan also had a group of grade 3 alchemists. Chapter 1074. Lu Bai's eyes inadvertently swept past the ice coffin next to Duan Lingtian when he was about to enter the Lu clan's estate. It was his first time seeing the face of the woman lying in the ice coffin. The red-clad woman left a deep impression on him. She was the woman who was with Duan Lingtian and his benefactor when he was almost killed. At that time, he was shocked by the woman's peerless appearance. This was because even in the northern mountainland, he had never seen a woman with such an outstanding appearance. She's the daughter of the person who saved you. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu who was in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Benefactor's daughter? Lu Bai's expression changed slightly. She's. At this moment, Lu Bai began to carefully study Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin. Soon, he noticed the vitality in Feng Tianwu's body. She's in a deep sleep. Her soul is injured, so she's in a coma. Duan Lingtian sighed. Lu Bai nodded solemnly. He did not fully understand. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, said respectfully to Duan Lingtian, I heard you say that as long as we can find some rare heaven and earth treasure, we can wake Miss Tian Wu up again. The Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Perhaps they have a heaven and earth treasure that can wake Miss Tian Wu up. Xiong Quan stared at Lu Bai with a burning gaze after he finished speaking. Xiong Quan's words made Duan Lingtian's body tremble slightly. That was right. Why did he not think of that? The Lu clan was a clan that had a history of 10,000 years. On Cloud Continent, apart from the two ancient clans that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, there were only a handful of forces that had a history of 10,000 years. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that the reason he did not think of this was because he had a preconceived notion. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew that the treasures of heaven and earth were extremely rare. Even in the entire Cloud Continent, they were extremely rare. Even the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not have them. It was precisely because of this that he subconsciously felt that it was impossible for the heavenly and earthly treasures that he might not even encounter in the inner land to appear in the outer land. Lu Bai, does your Lu family have the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Bai and asked urgently. Although he wasn't sure if the Lu family had these two treasures that could help Feng Tianwu recover her soul, he still decided to ask. He didn't want to miss any opportunity. No matter what, the Lu clan had a heritage of over 10,000 years. Perhaps they had these two kinds of heavenly treasures. Soul-stabilizing root. Soul-stabilizing grass? However, Lu Bai shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. This is my first time hearing about these two things. How about this? I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. After you've rested, I'll go with you to look for the clan leader. Who knows, he might know something about it. Lu Bai suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. There was a hint of hope in his eyes. If the Lu clan really had the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass, he could concoct the medicinal liquid and help Tian Wu recover her soul in one fell swoop. Now, I can only hope that my luck is really that good. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whether it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, they were extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth on the Cloud Continent. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had only seen them a few times. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan arrived at the buildings on the east side of the Lu clan's mansion under Lu Bai's lead. They arrived at an independent mansion within a mansion. Second young master. Outside the spacious mansion, a beautiful maid stood there and bowed respectfully to Lu Bai. All right. Lu Bai nodded at the maid and said solemnly, from today onward, Elder Duan will be staying here. I'll arrange for a few more people to come over later. All of you must serve Elder Duan well. If you displease Elder Duan and the clan leader blames you, even I won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you understand? One had to admit that Lu Bai's words shocked the maid standing at the mansion's entrance. Elder Duan? The maid's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan before it finally landed on Xiong Quan. In her opinion, this older person was more like an elder. Then, I won't disturb your rest. Lu Bai nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan before he said, when both of you have rested, ask her to look for me at my mansion. All right. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan nodded. After Lu Bai left, the maid heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Then, she looked at Xiong Quan with a smile on her face. Nice to meet you, Elder Duan. My name is Xiao Yun. I'll be in charge of your daily life from now on. Xiong Quan was embarrassed and said awkwardly, Girl, you're mistaken. My young master is Elder Duan. As Xiong Quan spoke, he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Ah. Maid Xiao Yun was shocked. Only then did she reassess Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief as she muttered, You're really Elder Duan? Why? Don't we look alike? Duan Lingtian was amused by maid Xiao Yun and asked jokingly. No. Elder Duan, I just find it unbelievable. Our Lu clan has never had an elder as young as you, maid Xiao Yun hurriedly replied. When she reached the end of her sentence, her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she studied Duan Lingtian. It was as though she wanted to see what was so special about Duan Lingtian and how he could become an elder of their Lu clan at such a young age. Moreover, he was an elder with a different surname. Although she was only a servant girl, she still knew some things about the Lu family very well. It was impossible for a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan to become an elder with a different surname unless he was very capable. Elder Duan, please come in. Soon after, maid Xiao Yun returned to her senses and led Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind her. She arranged a spacious room for Duan Lingtian to stay in. The room was huge, and it was fully furnished. It was the master bedroom of the mansion. Boom! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the ice coffin flew into the room and landed steadily on a table in the room. How beautiful! Maid Xiao Yun had long noticed the ice coffin following Duan Lingtian. It was only until now that she had the chance to study the ice coffin seriously. Soon after, she noticed the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. The red-robed woman lay there, her devastatingly beautiful face reflected in her eyes. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of her own inferiority. If there's nothing else, all of you can leave first. I want to rest. Duan Lingtian said. Yes, young master, Xiong Quan replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at maid Xiao Yun. Girl, we should leave now. Maid Xiao Yun snapped back to her senses and reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the red-clad lady in the ice coffin. She followed Xiong Quan out of the room. Xiong Quan helped Duan Lingtian close the door. Uncle, how should I address you? Maid Xiao Yun looked at Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan replied coolly. Uncle Xiong Quan. Do you know who the lady lying in the ice coffin next to Elder Duan is? It's my first time seeing such a beautiful lady in my entire life. Maid Xiao Yun asked with curiosity in her eyes. She's young master's woman. Xiong Quan sighed. When he saw that maid Xiao Yun was about to ask more questions, he quickly said, All right, girl, don't ask any more. Help me arrange a room as well. In the master bedroom. After Xiong Quan and maid Xiao Yun left, Duan Lingtian walked up to the ice coffin and gently caressed the ice coffin. He looked at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin with a gentle expression on his face. Tianwu, rest well. Big brother Duan will wake you up very soon. He won't make you wait too long. You won't wait for too long, Duan Lingtian said softly. His voice was as gentle as it could be. After a while, Duan Lingtian changed into a new set of clothes and lay on the bed to rest. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. It had been a long time since he had such a good sleep. On the other hand, Xiong Quan had also settled down under maid Xiao Yun's arrangement. After settling down Xiong Quan, maid Xiao Yun's face was filled with confusion. Where did that elder Duan come from? Judging by his age, he's not much older than me. That's not right. Soon after, maid Xiao Yun seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed slightly. In our Lu clan, those who can become an elder with a different surname are either people with shocking abilities or extremely outstanding alchemists. If Elder Duan is a human, it's impossible for him to be so powerful at his age. It's even more impossible for him to be an alchemist who's qualified to become an elder with a different surname in our Lu clan. In other words, he's a demon. A powerful demon. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead when she thought of this. She had never come into contact with a demon in her life. I heard that demons have weird tempers. Some demons might even transform into their original forms to eat humans. Maid Xiao Yun's body trembled when she thought of this. Sister Xiao Yun. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like an oriole's came from outside the mansion. It made Maid Xiao Yun regain her senses. After wiping the cold sweat off her face, she walked out of the mansion. As soon as she walked out of the mansion, she saw 6 maids walking toward her side by side. All of you. Did second young master arrange for all of you to be here? As Lu clan's maids, they knew each other. When Xiao Yun saw the 5 maids, her eyes widened in shock. As far as she knew, in the Lu clan, there were at most 2 to 3 maids in the mansion of an ordinary elder. Even in the residence of the patriarch, there were only 5 maids. Now, there were 6 maids on her side. Including her, there were 7 of them. 7 maids serving an elder with a different surname? That elder Duan. Who is he? At this moment, Maid Xiao Yun vaguely felt that something was amiss. Even if Elder Duan was a demon monarch powerhouse, he shouldn't be treated so well, right? Big sister Xiao Yun, you'll be our big sister from now on. You're really lucky to have encountered such a good job. The 6 maids looked at Maid Xiao Yun enviously. Chapter 1075. A cushy job. Servant Xiao Yun frowned and asked, "Do all of you know something? Or perhaps, have you heard of that young elder Duan? It can't be. Sister Xiao Yun, you haven't heard of Elder Duan?" The 6 servants looked at Xiao Yun as though they were looking at a monster. Is that strange? Seeing their reactions, Xiao Yun couldn't help but be stunned. Sister Xiao Yun, I'm afraid the entire Lu clan has already spread the news about Elder Duan. As the first person to serve Elder Duan, how could you not know about it? The 6 servants shook their heads and sighed. They thought Xiao Yun's news was outdated. Stop keeping me in suspense, you 6. Xiao Yun smiled wryly. Following that, the 6 maids no longer wasted any time and began to tell her everything they knew about Elder Duan, who had become an elder of the Lu clan as soon as he arrived at the Lu clan. Elder Duan killed Elder Lu Jiao as soon as he arrived at the Lu clan. He even killed the 3rd young master. When Xiao Yun heard about what the young Elder Duan had done and how the 2 guardian elders of the Lu clan had shown up to kill him, she could not help but break out in cold sweat for him. However, she knew Elder Duan would be fine in the end. Otherwise, she would not have the chance to serve Elder Duan. Grade 1 alchemist. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed when she heard the young Elder Duan had revealed his Grade 1 pill fire and his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist. An alchemist, a Grade 1 alchemist. Does this mean Elder Duan is not a demon? However, he's just a human. Apart from having the ability to kill Elder Lu Jiao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, he's also a noble Grade 1 alchemist. How's this possible? Xiao Yun muttered to herself. Although her voice was not loud, it still entered the ears of the other 6 servants. Sister Xiao Yun, we wouldn't believe such a human exists if it was in the past. However, the truth is right before our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. That's right, Sister Xiao Yun. Right now, the entire Lu clan is talking about Elder Duan. They're saying Elder Duan is a rare monster on Cloud Continent. Some people even say Elder Duan is a gift from God to the Lu clan. After almost 1,000 years, a Grade 1 alchemist has appeared in the Lu clan again. If this news spreads, the entire northern mountainland and half of the southern outerland will be shocked. The 6 maids spoke one after another. Their tone was mixed with a bit of excitement. Although they were only servants, they were still considered half of the Lu clan, half of the Lu clan. I can't believe Elder Duan. Duan, recalling the purple-clothed young man who didn't put on any airs and how casual she was in front of him, the maidservant Xiao Yun felt a chill down her spine. It turned out that the purple-clothed youth was actually such an extraordinary existence. Not only was he, but he was also a Grade 1 alchemist as. Sister Xiao Yun, how is that Elder Duan? Is he easy to get along? Very soon, the 6 new maidservants asked Xiao Yun all at once. Elder Duan is very nice and easygoing. Duan Lingtian gradually woke up after sleeping for an unknown amount of time. He got out of bed after glancing at the ice coffin on the table nearby. After washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, he walked out of his room. Elder Duan, Elder Duan. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, 2 voices that sounded like orioles resonated in his ears. Only then did he realize there were 2 servants standing on both sides of his door. Morning. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. However, he could not help but smile wryly in his heart. That fellow, Lu Bai, actually found a few more servants. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed there were a few servants busy in the mansion he was staying in. Elder Duan, I'll get someone to clean up your room for you. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw servant Xiao Yun walking towards him. After she greeted him, she brought the 2 servant girls with her and entered his room to clean up. Naturally, it was mainly to clean up the dust. After a while, the entire room was spotless when the 3 servants came out. Elder Duan, do you have any other orders? Servant Xiao Yun looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully after bringing the servants out. She waited for further instructions from Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed. Servant Xiao Yun's attitude towards him had undergone a drastic change compared to when he first arrived. She was no longer as casual as before. Instead, her every movement was reserved. Xiao Yun, you don't have to be so reserved in front of me. Just be as casual as you want, Duan Lingtian said. I dare not. Servant Xiao Yun lowered her head as she replied. What a joke. Previously, she did not know about Elder Duan's background. However, now that she knew, she would not dare to be as casual as before even if she was given 100 guts. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. However, he did not insist. Instead, he said calmly, bring second young master here. Yes. Servant Xiao Yun responded and left. As for the other 2 servants, they returned to Duan Lingtian's room and stood there like statues. Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked out to look for Xiong Quan. As for the ice coffin in the room, he did not bring it out. In his opinion, this was the Northern Mountain's Lu family, one of the 2 most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain. Nobody would come here to look for trouble. Therefore, it was safe to leave it in the room temporarily. Moreover, he would not leave the Lu family anytime soon. Under the guidance of the servants, Duan Lingtian soon saw Xiong Quan in the backyard of the mansion. When he saw Xiong Quan, he was practicing his swordsmanship with all his might. He was sweating profusely. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he saw how hardworking Xiong Quan was. Naturally, he knew why Xiong Quan was so hardworking. He wanted to become stronger so that he could stay by his side to help him and not be a burden. Young master. Soon after, Xiong Quan stopped practicing and stood up. He noticed Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan, how much of the information contained in the word sword have you comprehended? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. The word sword that Duan Lingtian mentioned was, naturally, a carving left behind by a guy who called himself the Sword Saint in the depths of the mountain where Xiong Quan's hometown was located in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The word sword contained a shocking amount of sword Dao comprehension. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if he only comprehended 1% of the sword Dao comprehension contained in the word sword, he would be able to do whatever he wanted on the Cloud Continent. He had discovered this not too long ago. Not too long ago, he had a further comprehension of the word sword stored in his mind and raised his sword concept to the 8th level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. Although he did not have any improvements in other aspects, he had an additional strength of 300 ancient horned dragons due to the elevation of his sword concept. With the help of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he could wield the strength of 3,800 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. This was under the condition that he did not rely on the earth energy with his earth concept. It was precisely because of this that he was able to kill Lu Jiao, the Lu clan's elder who was at the 8th level void transformation stage. It was effortless from the beginning until the end. Young master, I'm slow-witted. I haven't made any progress. Xiong Quan shrugged and smiled wryly. Don't worry. A lot of things still depend on luck. Who knows, maybe you'll have a flash of inspiration in your mind, and you'll be able to comprehend them naturally. Duan Lingtian comforted him. However, looking at Xiong Quan's dejected expression, it was obvious his consolation was useless. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a loud and familiar voice sounded, breaking the slightly silent atmosphere. Lu Bai. The person who came was the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Lu Bai, I want to see the clan leader. I've already told the patriarch about the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass that you told me a few days ago. You should be able to know the result when you meet the patriarch with me this time. Lu Bai knew the reason why Duan Lingtian wanted to see the clan leader of Lu clan, so he said bluntly, the 2 treasures you mentioned sound like medicinal herbs. Our Lu clan has countless rare medicinal herbs. Who knows, we might have what you're looking for. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, Do you want to come with me? Young master, I'll pass. I want to cultivate for a while more. Besides, I can help take care of Miss Tianwu if I stay. Xiong Quan said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Lu Bai to see Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, on his own. The mansion where Lu Rui lived was not far away from Duan Lingtian's mansion. Even Lu Bai's mansion was not far away. The area to the east of our Lu clan's mansion is where the clan's high-ranking officials and direct descendants live. The most magnificent mansion in front is where the clan leader lives. Lu Bai explained as he pointed to the front. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, an estate stood there. It was grand and tall, and it stood out amongst the surrounding estates, causing it to be especially conspicuous. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He could clearly feel a gaze locked on him from afar. When he looked over, he saw a middle-aged young man walking toward him and Lu Bai. There was an old man following behind the young man. Humph! At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Lu Bai snort. It was obvious he was targeting the newcomer. Lu Bai, aren't you going to greet your big brother when you see him? At this moment, the grey-clad young man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai. His gaze had already shifted from Duan Lingtian to Lu Bai. Do I know you that well? Lu Bai glanced at the grey-clad young man coldly and said disdainfully, Lu Bai, is there a misunderstanding between us? The grey-clad young man still had a smile on his face even though Lu Bai did not treat him nicely. Chapter 1076. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something, and he raised an eyebrow. Big brother? This grey-clad young man addressed himself as Big Brother in front of Lu Bai? Lu Song. Soon after, Duan Lingtian reacted and guessed the grey-clad young man's identity. In the Lu clan, the only person who could address himself as Big Brother in front of Lu Bai was the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. He was also Lu Bai's sworn enemy and the stumbling block for Lu Bai to become the next clan leader of Lu clan. That was not all. The Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, whom I killed earlier. I heard that he was Lu Song's twin brother. Twin brother. He was Lu Huai's biological brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song with a hint of vigilance. You must be Elder Duan, right? Lu Song was not angry when he saw Lu Bai ignoring him. He quickly changed his target and looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. However, the bright smile on Lu Song's face was extremely dazzling in Duan Lingtian's eyes. This Lu Song. He doesn't have a good relationship with his twin brother, Lu Bai? Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Song and asked Lu Bai through voice transmission. Their parents died when they were young, so they supported each other. Naturally, they had a good relationship. To Lu Huai, apart from being an elder brother, Lu Song also played the role of a father. Lu Bai replied through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian instantly felt a chill in his heart. He did not believe that Lu Song did not know he killed Lu Huai. Even so, Lu Song was still smiling in front of him. This made him feel a chill down his spine. This Lu Song is an extremely dangerous person. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. It was not something an ordinary person could do to act as if nothing had happened in front of the person who killed his brother. Anyone who could do that would be a scheming person. If Lu Song had wanted to kill him, perhaps he would not have taken him seriously. However, Lu Song's behavior made him fearful from the bottom of his heart. An enemy in the open was not scary. An enemy in the dark was the most terrifying. And who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song and asked despite knowing the answer. I'm Lu Song. The smile on Lu Song's face remained unchanged as he politely responded to Duan Lingtian. Lu Song. The young master of the Lu family? Duan Lingtian pretended to be surprised. Yes. Lu Song nodded and continued to say, however, even though I'm the great young master of Lu clan, I'm nothing in front of you, Elder Duan. Elder Duan, you're a grade 1 alchemist. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders have to be respectful to you. As he spoke, Lu Song's face was filled with humility. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Lu Song's flattery. He looked deeply at Lu Song and asked with a smile, I heard. Lu Huai, the Lu clan's third young master, is your biological brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and locked onto Lu Song. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. At the same time, his mental power also extended out. Yes. Lu Song nodded. The smile on his face grew wider. He was not angry because Duan Lingtian mentioned Lu Huai. Do you know that I killed him? Duan Lingtian asked again. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, he was shocked in his heart. This was because he realized that when he mentioned Lu Huai, no matter if it was his eyes or his mental power, he did not notice any fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. Even if it was just a tiny bit. What did this mean? Either Lu Song did not care about the life and death of his biological brother, Lu Huai. Either that, or Lu Song had perfectly hidden his emotions. If it was the former, then so be it. However, if it was the latter, then Lu Song was just too terrifying. Through the voice transmission that he asked Lu Song earlier, he could conclude that it was impossible for it to be the former. In that case, it could only be the latter. This caused a chill to rise in his heart. Currently, in his eyes, Lu Song was like a poisonous snake that could easily blend into its surroundings and hide perfectly. Such a poisonous snake was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and impossible to guard against. Once it went berserk, it would definitely kill without leaving a trace. Heh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the mental power that he extended out tremble. Only then did he notice. Just as his words left his mouth, there was an obvious fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. The fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions was extremely faint and disappeared in a flash. However, his sharp mental power could still clearly sense it. The fluctuation in his emotions contained a bloodthirsty killing intent. I know. However, I still have to thank Elder Duan for cleaning up the house for my clan. With Lu Huai's temper, he'll get into trouble sooner or later. It's his good fortune that he died in your hands. Lu Song nodded. There was still a smile on his face. However, when his smile entered Duan Lingtian's eyes, it made Duan Lingtian's hair stand on end. It was also his mental power that noticed the fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by Lu Song just by looking at it with his naked eyes. Then, I guess I've unintentionally planted a willow and the willow turns into a shade. However, you don't have to thank me. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Song nonchalantly and said calmly, "Boy, you're courting death." At this moment, a cold gleam flashed in the eyes of the old man behind Lu Song. His aura instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, he took a step forward, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! However, before the old man could make a move, he was stopped by Lu Song. "Elder Duan, I'm really sorry. Elder Guan and Lu Huai are very close. I hope Elder Duan can forgive him if he offended you in any way," Lu Song said apologetically to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he did not look at Lu Song. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the old man behind Lu Song. The old man had white hair and eyebrows, and he was glaring at him with hatred. At that moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. How interesting. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man deeply before he shifted his gaze away. He did not bother with Lu Song anymore. After calling out to Lu Bai, he left with Lu Bai. Only Lu Song and the old man behind him were left standing on the spot. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai's silhouettes as they left. "Young master, you shouldn't have stopped me. I was very confident that I could kill him just now to avenge little young master," the old man said in a deep voice as he stared at the purple silhouette in the distance. His face was filled with hatred. Then, at this moment, the smile on Lu Song's face had disappeared. It was replaced with indifference. Then, when the old man heard this, he did not know how to reply. "You won't be able to live if you kill him. Even if you manage to escape, you're destined to be a fugitive. At that time, where are you going to put me? Or do you want me to be a fugitive with you?" Lu Song enunciated each word clearly, leaving the old man speechless. That was right. He had killed Duan Lingtian. Faced with the enraged higher-ups of the Lu clan, he could escape to the ends of the earth. However, the young master would be dragged down by him. After all, his every move represented his young master, Lu Song. If you kill him, you can either die or run. As for me, even if I continue to stay in the Lu clan, I won't be able to become the patriarch of the Lu clan. The Lu clan will not allow someone who doesn't care about the clan's interests to be the patriarch. You should be very clear about this. Lu Song said in a deep voice. If he allowed the old man to kill Duan Lingtian, even if the Lu clan did not punish him, the higher-ups of the Lu clan would undoubtedly think that he did not care about the clan's interests at all. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist and the Lu clan's first honorary elder. If he was killed, the Lu clan's interests would be greatly affected. Young master, what about little young master's revenge? Are we not going to avenge it? The old man said with grief and indignation. Not avenge it? How is that possible? He's my younger brother. He's my younger brother whom I watched grow up. Lu Song's eyes gleamed coldly. However, he concealed it in just a blink of an eye. His slightly ferocious expression returned to its usual calmness. However, we can't be rash about this. We need to think about it carefully. The old man's eyes brightened when he heard this, and he replied respectfully. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai had also arrived near the mansion of the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Rui. They would arrive at the mansion in a dozen breaths' time. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful of Lu Song. That Lu Song is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He says one thing in the open, and another in the dark. You killed his younger brother, there's no way he would be so magnanimous. He won't let this go so easily. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already noticed this without Lu Bai's reminder. Lu Bai, the old man behind Lu Song. Do you know anything about him? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled the old man who was following behind Lu Song and wanted to attack him. I only know that the old man's surname is Guan, and people call him Elder Guan. As for his background, I heard he was a servant of Lu Song's grandfather when he was young. Due to his good innate talent, he became a collateral disciple of our Lu clan. Later on, after Lu Song's grandfather died, he followed Lu Song's father. After Lu Song's parents died, he followed Lu Song and Lu Huai and took care of them. It's said that the old man's strength has already entered the 9th level void transformation. He's not far from the peak of the void. His strength is much stronger than many of the elders in our Lu clan. Lu Bai told him everything he knew. 9th level void transformation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Lu Bai's words. He was shocked. That old man hid his strength really well. He's obviously a martial monarch powerhouse, but he actually told the public that he's only at the 9th level void transformation. Earlier, when the old man's aura had locked onto him and was about to attack him, he immediately extended his spiritual energy. He attempted to probe the old man's cultivation base by extending his spiritual energy. However, when his spiritual energy approached the old man, it seemed to have melted into a ball of cotton and disappeared without a trace. At that time, he knew. Chapter 1077. However, the old man was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage at most. Duan Lingtian could roughly deduce this through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lives. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lu Bai asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly stopping in his tracks. He seemed to be in a daze. Nothing. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses when he heard this and shook his head. He decided not to tell Lu Bai about his discovery. If Lu Bai knew there was a martial monarch following Lu Song all the time, he would definitely be in a bad mood. After all, if he wanted to become the next clan leader of Lu clan, he would have to get rid of Lu Song, this stepping stone. If he knew there was a martial monarch protecting Lu Song, he might feel hopeless. Although Lu Bai was puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian seem to have a lot on his mind, he did not continue to ask. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not want to say much. Therefore, he did not intend to force Duan Lingtian to say anything. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the grand and tall mansion under Lu Bai's lead and entered the main hall in the middle of the mansion. There was already someone waiting in the main hall. It was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. Clan leader. Duan Lingtian greeted Lu Rui with a smile when he saw him. He did not bow like Lu Bai did. If it was someone else, Lu Rui would definitely be displeased. However, this person was Duan Lingtian. Not only did he feel it was nothing, but he even responded with a smile. Elder Duan. Elder Duan, I've read some ancient books about the 2 medicinal herbs that you're looking for, and I finally found some records about them. I've been searching in the Lu clan's treasure vault for the past 2 days, and I finally found a few medicinal herbs with similar characteristics. I'm just not sure if they're the ones you're looking for. Lu Rui went straight to the point. A few. Hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He asked eagerly, Master, can you take out those medicinal herbs for me to identify? Duan Lingtian's words were mixed with a bit of excitement. In his opinion, since there were several kinds of medicinal herbs for him to choose from, perhaps there would be something he wanted among them. Of course. Lu Rui raised his hand and took out 7 kinds of herbs. 3 of them were root-shaped medicinal herbs. They looked similar to ginseng, but there were many differences. As for the other 4 herbs, they were all leaf-shaped herbs. Elder Duan, look. None of them are. Just as Lu Rui was about to pass the 7 kinds of medicinal herbs to Duan Lingtian, he raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he saw Duan Lingtian's disappointed face as he let out a sigh. For a moment, he vaguely realized something. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said with a wry smile on his face, the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that I want are not among these medicinal herbs. However, no matter what, thank you for helping me, Master. Duan Lingtian had a grateful expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. You're too kind, Elder Duan, Lu Rui said. My understanding of the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass is limited to the rough written records in the ancient books. Even if I saw them, I might not be able to recognize them. In our Lu clan's treasure vault, there are some medicinal herbs that fit the description of these 2 heaven and earth treasures. However, I didn't take them out together. Why don't you come with me and take a look yourself, Elder Duan? Lu Rui suggested as he reached the end of his sentence. Then, I'll thank the patriarch first. Duan Lingtian had undoubtedly agreed to go with Lu Rui to the Lu clan's treasure vault to take a look at the medicinal herbs and see if there was anything that he wanted. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed Lu Rui and left the mansion. As for Lu Bai, he returned to his own mansion and did not follow them. The Lu clan's treasure vault was located in the north of the Lu clan's mansion. It was surrounded by 3 layers of protection. It was filled with inscription formations, and some of them were even powerful killing formations. The Lu clan's treasure vault was a palace surrounded by many inscription formations. There was only one entrance, and it was personally guarded by an old man. Elder Duan, Master. The old man was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui appearing together. However, he still greeted them warmly. Elder Ji. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile on his face. He was familiar with the old man in front of him. It was Lu Ji, one of the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders whom he had met a few days ago. He was a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. Elder Ji, I'll bring Elder Duan in to look for some medicinal herbs, Lu Rui said to Elder Ji. Lu Ji nodded. With a lift of his hand, a gentle energy extended out and activated an inscription formation at the entrance of the Lu clan's treasure vault. Creak. At the same time, the treasure vault's door opened by itself. Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui walked into the treasure vault together. What entered their eyes was a 7-colored brilliance. It was a pile of jewelry that was as big as a mountain in front of them. Under the illumination of the light brought in by Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui, they emitted a gorgeous light. Some of the huge pearls that were still shining brightly after the light disappeared illuminated the entire treasure vault. It was even more eye-catching. Night-luminescent pearls. Duan Lingtian raised his brow. Elder Duan, if you're interested in these things, feel free to take them. As though Lu Rui saw Duan Lingtian's eyes were attracted by the pile of jewelry, he said straightforwardly. To a clan like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the jewelry that was piled up like mountains were just ordinary decorations. They had no value at all. I'm just looking. Duan Lingtian shook his head, indicating that he was not interested in those things. Master, where are the herbs? After looking around, Duan Lingtian did not see any herbs at all. At that moment, he could not help but look at Lu Rui in confusion and asked curiously. The herbs are in there. Lu Rui led the way in front as he spoke. Apart from being one of the two most powerful clans in the northern mountainland, the Lu clan was also an alchemist clan. To an alchemist, apart from the cauldron, the most precious thing was none other than the herbs required to refine pills. Therefore, the herbs were the most precious treasure to the Lu clan. Especially those rare and precious medicinal herbs. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had passed by a few other places, from the place where the jewelry was stored to the place where the herbs were stored. Those few places stored some ancient books, concept fragments, spirit weapons, and other treasures. It's here. As Lu Rui activated the mechanism, a stone door rose up in front of them. In the next second, Duan Lingtian smelled a rich medicinal fragrance coming from inside. It quickly entered his nostrils. At that moment, he felt light all over as though he had consumed some kind of spirit pill. He only returned to his senses after a while. Elder Duan, please. Lu Rui gestured for Duan Lingtian to enter the spacious side hall behind the stone door. There were many herbs stored in the side hall. One could not take in all of them at a glance. Spirit heartgrass, dancing butterfly flower, traceless stem. There are so many rare herbs. Soon, Duan Lingtian was attracted by the many herbs in the side hall. He lost his composure and exclaimed softly. Although these herbs were not as good as the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that he desperately wanted, they were still rare herbs. Lu Rui stood at the side. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's loss of composure. He still remembered. When he first came here, he was much older than Elder Duan. However, his composure was not as good as Elder Duan's. At that time, he could not move his feet for a long time when he saw the pile of rare herbs. In the end, it was the former clan leader who slapped him that woke him up. Clan leader, where are the herbs that you mentioned? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Rui. There were so many herbs here. It would take him at least a few days to search through all of them. He had a headache when he thought of this. He could not help but ask Lu Rui. Now, he could only hope that Lu Rui would bring the herbs to the side for him to choose from. I've asked someone to separate the herbs and put them over there. Lu Rui pointed to a corner of the side hall and said. Duan Lingtian was relieved when he heard this. He walked to the corner of the side hall and pulled the dustproof cloth that covered the pile of herbs. After the dustproof cloth was pulled away, Duan Lingtian's eyes opened up. There were dozens of different herbs. Duan Lingtian looked around. The herbs that he saw were more or less similar to the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that he was looking for. Thank you for your effort, clan leader. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Lu Rui and said solemnly. The neat pile of herbs in front of him was obviously collected recently. It was enough to show Lu Rui's effort. It made Duan Lingtian feel warm from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a grade 1 alchemist, he had not refined a single pill for the Lu clan since he joined the Lu clan a few days ago. It could be said that he had not contributed anything to the Lu clan. Under such circumstances, Lu Rui's contribution on behalf of the Lu clan made him feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. I hope Elder Duan can find what you're looking for, Lu Rui said with a smile. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and looked at the pile of herbs in front of him again. Soon, his eyes were fixed on one of the herbs. He could not move his eyes away. At the same time, the atmosphere in the side hall became heavy. Hiss, hiss. All that could be heard was Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing. Lu Rui could not help but feel curious when he heard Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing. He took a step forward and arrived next to Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. He followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked over. At the same time, a root-shaped herb appeared before his eyes. All of the roots of this root-shaped medicinal herb were curled together and twisted into a ball. It looked extremely strange. This can't be the soul-fixing root, right? Lu Rui asked in shock. The root-shaped herb before his eyes was very different from the description of the soul-fixing root that he had read in the ancient books. The books did not mention that the roots of the soul-fixing root would curl up. Chapter 1078. It's not an ordinary soul-fixing root. A hint of confusion could be seen in Lu Rui's eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian had woken up from his stupor. He did not know what Duan Ling Tian meant at all. Yes. Duan Ling Tian, who was awakened by Lu Rui, had an excited expression on his face. An ordinary soul-fixing root has a straight root. However, once it has lived for more than 1,000 years, its root will begin to curl up. The longer it lives in this world, the more its root will curl up. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the soul-fixing root that was completely curled up in his hand. Excitement could be seen in his eyes. If that's the case, doesn't this mean that this soul-fixing root has existed for a very long time? Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Elder Duan, can you deduce how long it has lived in this world? Judging from the degree to which its roots have shrunk, it has lived in this world for at least 5,000 years. This soul-fixing root can be called a coiling dragon root, Duan Ling Tian said as he studied the soul-fixing root in his hand. Coiling dragon root. Lu Rui's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, he had heard of the coiling dragon root before. The coiling dragon root was not just a name for a root-shaped medicinal herb. Any rare root-shaped medicinal herb that had lived for more than 5,000 years could be called a coiling dragon root. I can't believe this soul-fixing root has transformed into a coiling dragon root. No wonder I missed it and didn't bring it away. Lu Rui exclaimed, it's a good thing Elder Duan is so knowledgeable that you recognized it with just a glance. Otherwise, even if it continued to stay in our Lu clan's treasure vault, I'm afraid it would only collect dust in the end. Congratulations, Elder Duan. After Lu Rui returned to his senses, he smiled and congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, clan leader. Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked him and put the soul-fixing root away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Even now, his surging emotions were still unable to calm down for a long time. No matter if it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, they were both extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth in the entire Cloud continent. Many people might not be able to see them in their entire lifetime. Before this, Duan Ling Tian would never have thought he would be able to obtain the soul-fixing root from the Lu clan. Although he had followed Lu Rui to the Lu clan's treasure vault, he had the intention of trying his luck here as a last resort. He never thought that he would be able to find the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass here. Perhaps, this is what they mean by unintentionally planting a willow and growing a shade. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With this soul-fixing root, I can concoct a medicinal liquid for Tian Wu to consume and heal a part of her soul. I only hope that Tian Wu can wake up after the part of her soul is healed. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. In the end, his face was filled with apprehension. Elder Duan, continue looking. See if you can find the soul-stabilizing grass as well. Lu Rui said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded and began to look at the dozens of medicinal herbs in front of him. In the end, he found nothing. There's no soul-stabilizing grass here. Although there was no soul-stabilizing grass, Duan Ling Tian was very surprised to be able to obtain the soul-fixing root. Clan leader, I'd like to return first. Duan Ling Tian was eager to return. He only wanted to concoct the medicinal liquid for Feng Tianwu as soon as possible. He did not want to stay here for even a second longer. All right. As the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui was also a shrewd person. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's voice. Both of them left the side hall where the medicinal herbs were stored and walked out. They would return to where they came from. Clan leader, if the clan needs grade 1 pills, you can give me a list. As long as the medicinal herbs are here, I can refine the grade 1 pills for the clan. Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Rui solemnly. Putting aside the fact that he still needed to rely on the Lu clan in the future, he now owed the Lu clan a huge favor. Perhaps Lu Rui did not know the true value of the soul-fixing root, but he knew it very well. It was a treasure of heaven and earth that could repair one's soul, It was not something that ordinary rare medicinal herbs could compare to. Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. All right. I'll give you a list later and give you the medicinal herbs, Elder Duan. Grade 1 pills. Although the Lu clan had one as well, it was refined by the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outerland. Moreover, they had to pay a huge sum of money. That was not all. The Alchemist Guild's main guild had set a limit every time he refined grade 1 pills for the Lu clan. This made them feel helpless. They could not help but wonder why the clan could not produce another grade 1 alchemist. If the Lu clan could produce a grade 1 alchemist, why would they need to ask the Alchemist Guild's main guild for help? The Lu clan had only produced a grade 1 alchemist close to 1,000 years ago. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's appearance had given the Lu clan hope. This meant that the Lu clan would no longer have to look for other people if they wanted grade 1 pills in the future. This was one of the reasons why the Lu clan's people, including the clan leader Lu Rui, treated Duan Lingtian with respect when he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist and expressed his intention to join the Lu clan. The Lu clan urgently needed a grade 1 alchemist to carry the golden name of the Alchemist clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui left the Lu clan's treasure vault and returned to the east side of the Lu clan's mansion. Elder Duan, you don't have to worry about the soul-fixing herb. I'll get someone to spread the news and offer a reward for the soul-fixing herb. Before they parted ways, Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said, however, before that, please draw a detailed picture of the soul-fixing herb for me. My understanding of the soul-fixing herb is limited to the rough records in the ancient books. I'm afraid other people might not be able to recognize the soul-fixing herb even if they see it. Lu Rui told him his plan. Reward. Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He took the pen and paper from Lu Rui and quickly drew the soul-fixing herb that he remembered the reincarnation Emperor Wu had seen a few times. He did not let go of any detail. After spending an entire 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally drew a complete soul-stabilizing grass. Good drawing. Lu Rui's eyes gleamed when he saw the lifelike herb on the drawing that Duan Lingtian handed to him. He smiled and said, "We'll use this drawing as a blueprint and make tens of thousands of copies. We'll be able to mobilize the entire northern desert and even half of the people in the southern outer land to search for the soul-fixing herb." Clan leader, what kind of reward are you going to use? Duan Lingtian asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Rui muttered to himself, I'll have to think about the reward carefully. An ordinary reward isn't enough to mobilize all the martial artists who know about this matter to help search for the soul-fixing herb. Clan leader, I have a suggestion. A thought popped up in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. Please speak, Elder Duan. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian. How about this? The Lu clan has promised that the person who finds the soul-stabilizing grass will be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. A grade 1 spirit weapon, 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, was taken aback. Regardless of whether it was a grade 1 spirit weapon or a grade 1 life recovery pill, they were extremely precious treasures even in the inner land, let alone in the outer land. If they appeared in the outer land, it was enough to make people fight over them. Elder Duan, grade 1 life recovery pills are still manageable. Our Lu clan still has more than 10 of them in stock. Even if we don't have enough, you can still refine them. Lu Rui took a deep breath to calm himself down before he continued, however, as for grade 1 spirit weapons, even our Lu clan only has 4 of them. 3 of them are in the hands of the 3 guardian elders, and 1 of them is in my hands. These 4 grade 1 spirit weapons were passed down from our Lu clan's ancestors. Lu Rui was interrupted as soon as he reached this part of his sentence. Clan leader, I think you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian interrupted Lu Rui. He knew Lu Rui had misunderstood him. Misunderstood? Lu Rui was stunned. Clan leader, I didn't intend to ask the clan for the reward that I suggested earlier. I'm already very grateful that the clan is willing to announce the reward through its extensive network. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, "As for the Grade 1 spirit weapon and the 10 Grade 1 life recovery pills, I'll personally pay for them." Lu Rui sighed in relief when he heard this. "I forgot that since you're a Grade 1 alchemist, it's not difficult for you to obtain a Grade 1 spirit weapon, Elder Duan. A Grade 1 alchemist could refine Grade 1 pills as long as they had sufficient medicinal herbs. A certain amount of Grade 1 pills could be exchanged for a Grade 1 spirit weapon refined by a Grade 1 weapon craftsman." Naturally, this was just Lu Rui's idea. If Lu Rui knew that the purple-clad young man standing before him was not only a Grade 1 alchemist, but also a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, one could only imagine how he would react. "Clan leader, I'll have to trouble you with this," Duan Lingtian said solemnly. "Don't worry, Elder Duan." Lu Rui nodded. "I'll definitely handle this properly for you. With the reward that you promised, I believe even a martial monarch would be tempted to help you look for the soul-stabilizing herb personally." "That's exactly what I want." Duan Lingtian smiled. After parting ways with Lu Rui, Duan Lingtian's body flashed like an arrow that was released from a bow, heading straight to the mansion that he was staying in. "Tian Wu, elder brother Duan has already found the soul-stabilizing root. With the 5,000-year medicinal efficacy of the soul-stabilizing root, it's enough to heal half of your soul injury." Chapter 1079. Whoosh. The door was tightly shut, and in the extremely quiet room, a soft sound came out of nowhere. A purple-clad young man stood in front of the bed. A flame appeared in his palm out of thin air. It was a flame that had solidified. The flame was different from an ordinary flame. This was because the flame was completely purple. Not only that, but around the purple flames, there was also a faint layer of golden edges. Purple gold pill fire. It was also a Grade 1 pill fire. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had returned after parting with Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. Duan Lingtian returned to his room immediately after he returned. After he returned to his room, he carried Feng Tianwu, who was sleeping in the ice coffin, and placed her on the bed. Then, he condensed a Grade 1 pill fire. A soul-fixing root that has survived for 5,000 years can only be smelted by a pill fire of the first grade or above. Duan Lingtian's lips suddenly moved as he muttered to himself. If there was a second person who was sober and heard Duan Lingtian's words, he would definitely be baffled. Isn't a Grade 1 pill fire the highest grade pill fire? How can there be a Grade 1 pill fire or above? That person would definitely ask such a question. Naturally, that person did not know about the existence of quasi-royal grade alchemists and royal grade alchemists. Otherwise, he would not have said that. Royal grade alchemists were the real alchemists who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian casually took out a strange root-shaped medicinal herb. All the roots of the root-shaped medicinal herb were curled together. It looked extremely strange. It was the soul-fixing root. After a while, the soul-fixing root was led by Duan Lingtian to the top of the Grade 1 pill fire and allowed the Grade 1 pill fire to envelop it completely. After 15 minutes, there was still no change to the soul-fixing root. As expected of a soul-fixing root that has lived for 5,000 years. A Grade 1 pill fire without the help of the cauldron is not enough to smelt it in 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim. Then, Duan Lingtian took out the medicine cauldron and threw the soul-fixing root inside. With the help of the cauldron, Duan Lingtian quickly smelted the soul-fixing root and added some common herbs to successfully refine the medicinal liquid he needed. It wasn't that he didn't want to concoct a condensed pill, but the soul-fixing root after being smelted couldn't be condensed into a pill, so he could only use it to concoct medicinal liquid. Pa. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and slapped his palm on the cauldron. The Grade 1 pill fire surrounded the cauldron's mouth and formed a faint barrier. Whoosh. Subsequently, a puddle of medicinal liquid that was as black as ink shot out like an arrow and pierced through the barrier formed by the Grade 1 pill fire before stopping in midair. An invisible force shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand and guided the pool of medicinal liquid to roll in the air. After putting away the medicine cauldron, Duan Lingtian guided the medicinal liquid to the front of the bed. He used his other hand to help Feng Tianwu up from the bed so that she was half lying on the bed. At the same time, his hand slowly opened Feng Tianwu's slightly dry little mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, the medicinal liquid that Duan Lingtian guided arrived at Feng Tianwu's mouth. Drop by drop, it slowly seeped into her mouth and into her body. After a while, Duan Lingtian sent all the medicinal liquid into Feng Tianwu's body. Tianwu. After everything was done, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy to observe the direction of the medicinal liquid refined by the soul-fixing root. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense it with his spiritual energy. After the medicinal liquid seeped into Feng Tianwu's body, it went straight to her mind. After a while, it gathered in her mind and rushed to her damaged soul. Her soul was like a ball of flame that hung in the depths of her mind and flickered continuously. A corner of Feng Tianwu's soul was damaged. This was also the root cause of her unconsciousness. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of medicinal effects gathered in Feng Tianwu's mind and swept out from all directions. In a short moment, they fused into her soul and gathered together. Feng Tianwu's soul was completely shrouded. She could only see the medicinal liquid rolling outside her soul. Logically speaking, if there's only the soul-fixing root, it's impossible for Tianwu's soul to fully recover. Even if it's a soul-fixing root that has lived in this world for 5,000 years, it's still impossible. Duan Lingtian was a little absent-minded. I wonder if Tianwu will be able to wake up. If she wakes up, I'm afraid there'll be some negative effects from the damage to her soul. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he prepared for the worst. I hope the clan leader can really reward me with the soul-fixing herb. In that case, Tianwu's soul will be completely healed. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anticipation. Time passed by quietly. Feng Tianwu's soul was still enveloped by the rolling medicinal liquid. It made it difficult for Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy to get close to her. He could only watch from afar. However, Duan Lingtian waited silently by the bed, waiting for the final result. He knew there would be two possible outcomes when the medicinal liquid completely seeped into Feng Tianwu's soul. One of the outcomes was none other than Feng Tianwu continuing to be unconscious, and she would only be able to wake up once she consumed the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-stabilizing grass. The other outcome was that Feng Tianwu would wake up, but her soul would still be in a damaged state. It would inevitably have some negative effects on her. Night gradually fell. It was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. However, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. The medicinal liquid was still rolling in her soul. Duan Lingtian's extended spiritual energy seemed to be constantly reporting the situation of Feng Tianwu's soul in the depths of her mind to him. He sat by the bed and waited patiently. At some point, the light of dawn shrouded the earth, and the entire room was bright again. It's done. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-fixing herb had completely seeped into Feng Tianwu's soul and healed part of the damage to Feng Tianwu's soul. Tianwu. After withdrawing his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu anxiously. At the same time, he reached out and held her hand. Due to the stimulation of the cold air from lying in the ice coffin, Feng Tianwu's hand was very hot. Even though she had been out of the ice coffin for an entire day, her hand was still so hot. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. His eyes were firmly fixed on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face. He only wanted to know if Feng Tianwu, whose soul had been partially healed, would wake up because of this. Time passed by quietly. Soon, half an hour had passed. Feng Tianwu still did not show any signs of waking up. Sigh. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and muttered, "It seems like I'll have to wait until I find the soul-fixing herb to wake Tianwu up." At this moment, a soft sound pierced Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as if thunder had pierced his ears. It caused his pupils to shrink, and he stood up abruptly. His eyes swept out at lightning speed and once again locked onto the red-clad lady on the bed, Feng Tianwu. He saw Feng Tianwu's small mouth moving slightly. Her beautiful face also showed signs of movement. Subsequently, her pair of beautiful eyes that were like water opened, and the first thing she saw was Duan Lingtian, who was looking at her. However, there were no unusual emotions in her eyes at all. Unfamiliar. When Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were extremely unfamiliar. It was as if she had never known Duan Lingtian. This gaze that was filled with unfamiliarity pierced Duan Lingtian to the point he felt a wave of heartache. It seems like what I'm most worried about has happened. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Whoosh. Before Duan Lingtian could react, a red light flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, he realized that Feng Tianwu had left the bed and disappeared before his eyes. At the same time, he clearly felt a scorching aura behind him. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Feng Tianwu, who was floating in the air. Her red clothes were fluttering, and waves of scorching flames rose around her body. He realized that Feng Tianwu's gaze still did not contain any emotion. Moreover, it was extremely unfamiliar. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions. He asked gently, Tianwu, don't you recognize me? I'm elder brother Duan. Elder brother Duan? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu, who was standing in the air, frowned. She seemed to be thinking about something. The red clothes on her body fluttered along with the scorching flames rolling around her body, making her look like a fire spirit, a lost fire spirit. Yes, I'm elder brother Duan. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian saw that Tianwu seemed to be thinking. He immediately seized the opportunity and tried to awaken her memory. I don't know you. However, what he waited for was Feng Tianwu's cold shout. It wasn't just that, along with Feng Tianwu's cold shout, her pitilessly beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and even the flames that coiled around her body were unable to melt the frost. Whoosh! As Feng Tianwu raised her hand, a sword appeared in her hand. It was a 5-foot-long red soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword that Duan Lingtian had given her in the past. However, at this moment, she pointed the sword that Duan Lingtian had given her at Duan Lingtian and shouted, Who are you? Young master. Young master. At this moment, a series of hurried voices came from outside the door. It was Xiong Quan who had rushed over when he heard from the servant that there was an unusual movement in Duan Lingtian's room. However, he did not receive any response. Tianwu, I'm elder brother Duan. Have you forgotten? The sword in your hand was given to you by me not long ago. Have you forgotten all of this? Even when Feng Tianwu pointed the sword at him, Duan Lingtian was not alarmed at all. He looked at Feng Tianwu and patiently tried to awaken Feng Tianwu's memory. Elder brother Duan? You're the one who gave me this sword. Feng Tianwu muttered as she looked at Duan Lingtian and the sword in her hand. Yes. Do you remember now? Duan Lingtian nodded and looked at Feng Tianwu with anticipation. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.